Good morning. It is day 3 of the Diddy trial, and I am going to attempt today to live stream based off of what Inner City Press is the uh, person who's inside the courtroom who I have been following on X, and a lot of other content creators have been following on X. He's doing a lot of this free of charge for content creators. So I just wanted to make sure at the top of this video, I give a shout out to Inner City Press, INNER, on X. So if you want to follow him, you can stay up to date with what's going on because he is inside the courtroom. So at this point, it is a rainy day in New York City. Everyone is in their position. The family has arrived. Cassie is there. Her husband is there. They had a bit of a late start this morning because there was a lot of back and forth between the prosecutors and the defense attorneys around information that the prosecution is saying that the defense team had not given them, specifically the exhibits related to their cross of Cassie. The prosecution was saying those were exhibits they should have had around April 27th, and they didn't have them, and they didn't want trial by ambush. So it was a whole thing. The judge made a few comments. So the defense at one point said the prosecution had whatever they needed 8 months ago. Whatever it is that the prosecution needs, it doesn't appear that they do have it because the defense team has to get that information over to them. I think the judge said by lunch or maybe before lunch is over or something like that. So that took up the lion's share of this morning. There was also a lot or some discussion around privacy screens being put up because they want to protect certain visuals, I guess, not being seen by um, journalists or other folks who may be in the courtroom. So that's something that the people working at the courtroom are supposed to be installing to prevent certain images from being seen within the courtroom. So all of that was happening this morning. But at this point, the judge is now in the courtroom. The jurors are also in the courtroom, and Cassie is back on the witness stand. Let's see what comments we may have from Inner City Press at this point. Let's see. So the first question given to Cassie was, Miss Ventura, I just handed you 2 drives. What is on them? And Cassie replied, messages and photos from my devices. So that's where we are right now with the update. In the comments for people who are following Inner City Press on X, they are saying things like, minor but important thing, good lawyering that some lawyers skip before you approach a witness. Ask the judge, may I approach the witness, which this attorney did. Another person said, I wish she would say on those devices or videos and images of celebrities like Justin Bieber, Usher, LeBron James, DJ Khaled, and others. Lady, why are you wishing that? I may like to say that Justin Bieber was drugged and underage in those images. Okay. This lady is hoping, she's hoping that a lot is on there. If anybody's seen Justin Bieber lately, I'm hoping Justin Bieber doesn't get drugged into this at all, because that man looks like he's in a world of hurt right now. May not be related to this, don't know, but definitely not wishing that at all. Other people are just happy that Cassie is back on the stand, and they're saying things like, here we go, and I just pray no matter the outcome, Cassie finds peace. So again, Cassie's on the stand. She just said that what the attorney for the prosecution handed her were 2 drives that included photos and messages. So let's see if we have any other update from inside the courtroom at this point. And I may end up going to the screen where you all can literally see the messages. But at this point, that's all the update that we have at this point from Inner City Press. There's been so much conversation on the internet about this trial, and I tell you, people are debating, people are arguing, people are cursing each other out over their position on this thing. And I get it, because this is a very sensitive trial. You know, you got DV, you got a lot of sexual proclivities that are very different. There's just, you know, the age of when they met. It's just what happened to Kim Porter. So it's just so many different stories weaved into this. It's Diddy's children who are in court. So there's just so many sensitivities around it. So I understand why the passion, why the debate, why the arguments even. Hopefully any comments on this page won't be too over the top, but I tend not to delete any comments. You would have to be very egregious for me to delete any comments. Okay, so we have an update from inside the courtroom. The lawyer on the prosecution side says to Cassie, yesterday, you testified about Sean going armed to look for Suge Knight. Cassie replied, Sean took guns with him. The lawyer said, and he told you to ask the escorts if they were cops? Cassie replied, I will begin by saying I was not a cop. The lawyer asked Cassie, Sean told you to do that? Cassie replied, yes. So, don't know exactly where we're going with this line of questioning, but I guess we'll see in a little bit. They did touch on that yesterday about Suge Knight and Diddy and someone else grabbing their guns and leaving out because Suge Knight was supposedly in town somewhere at a diner, and she was worried and didn't want them to get involved in anything stupid, her words. And so there was some conversation about that yesterday, but the prosecution at that point didn't really linger on it that long. So it's interesting that that's coming back up today. Maybe he intentionally did not linger on it that long yesterday, or maybe it was a part of his strategy to circle back. So let's check and see if we have any other update in real time or close to real time from inside the courtroom. They expect they expect Cassie to be on stage. They expect Cassie to be on stand probably for the rest of the day, if maybe not the next 2 days. Remember, she is still being questioned at this point by the prosecution. She hasn't been crossed at all at this point. So I definitely see her being on stand, probably the only witness for it today. But I think they have 2 additional witnesses who are on deck waiting. But I don't see them between cross. I don't see them being done with Cassie today. So we do have an update from inside the courtroom where, and I'll kind of go back to what I read before. The lawyer asked Cassie, yesterday you testified about Sean going armed to look for Suge Knight. Cassie replied, Sean took guns with him. The lawyer said, and he told you to ask the escorts if they were cops? Cassie replied, I will begin by saying I was not a cop. The lawyer said, Sean told you to do that? Cassie replied, yes. The lawyer asked, what happened when you fought back? Cassie replied, I did that more earlier in the relationship. It would make him more violent, want to push me harder. The defense objects. The judge said the defense objects to the speculation. Objection to the speculation. The judge overruled the objection. The lawyer said, I'll ask Cassie, how would Sean react if you fought back? Cassie replied, anger. Wow. So like I said, and that's the last update we have right now. So we're waiting on the next update from inside the court. But, like I was saying yesterday when I observed based off of these messages from inside the courtroom, I so wish we could literally see this case. Day one to me went to the defense. And the reason why I said day one went to the defense was because what was primarily presented day one in my mind, and I'm guessing in a lot of the jurors' mind, definitely would have convicted Diddy of domestic violence. I don't think anyone on this planet could reasonably try to make a case to say Diddy's not domestically violent, especially after we all saw that videotape. So, but they spent the lion's share of their day one, kind of really talking about domestic violence. The reason why I said defense won day one, even with their cross, is because Diddy is not charged with domestic violence. That also would have been a state charge. Don't know why he wasn't charged. Don't know if it's a matter of statute of limitations or whatever, but he's not being charged. He is not in this position today with a charge for domestic violence. So that's why I said the defense won day one, because I saw nothing on the day one to support sex trafficking or to support racketeering. Day two, I felt was much of the same until around the end of the trial, because we learned in the testimony that when we saw that situation that happened at the hotel at the elevator, what we didn't see in that video is that in the room, there was an escort who was there, a male, who the hotel security said was there on a pull-out bed. So connecting all of that, it would definitely show that Cassie was trying to leave, which she testified yesterday. She was trying to leave. She didn't want to further participate in the freak off. And she said the reason why she didn't want to further participate is because she had a premiere that she didn't want to mess up. But something was happening in her career. And so she was trying to leave. And that's when we saw what we saw on the tape, when Diddy beat her and pulled her back to the room. So that was definitely, in my opinion, connecting. Yes, there's domestic violence, but she was also trying to escape from this freak off situation, and he was not allowing it. So that is what I felt. That was a win for sure for the prosecution. But up until that point, they just really kept doubling down, tripling down on the fact that this man is domestically violent. And we're like, yes. What do you have on the racketeering and sex trafficking? Because those are the charges. So saying that strictly from a legal perspective, not from a perspective of, I can't believe they're doing it to this man. That, trust me, that is not my position. For if you go by just my own opinion, Diddy probably deserves this from a karma perspective, and a lot of other things he probably deserves, even beyond what is being discussed in this trial. So let me just go back and see if we have an update from inside the courtroom right now. And as you all know, Cassie is still on the stand. And let's see. Okay, I think we do have an update. All right, so I'll pick up from the very last post I read and then go into the update. So the prosecution, the lawyer, because she's still being asked questions right now by the prosecution. The defense has not started cross yet. That might not even happen until tomorrow. So anyway, the lawyer for the prosecution said, "What happened when you fought back?" Cassie said, "I did that more earlier in the relationship. It would make him more violent, want to push me harder." The defense objected to the speculation. The judge overruled it. The lawyer for the prosecution proceeded and asked Cassie, "How would Sean react if you fought back?" And Cassie replied, "With anger." So now the update from inside the courtroom is the lawyer said, "I'm going to show you the LA Intercontinental hallway again. Play from 143 to 146. The lawyer asks Cassie, "Who enters?" Cassie replies, "Sean." The lawyer asks, "What's in his hand?" Cassie replies, "He doesn't appear to have anything." The lawyer then says, "Play to 1 minute 59 seconds, 159." The lawyer says, "Now, anything in his hand?" Cassie says, "My phone." The lawyer asked Cassie, "How did he get it?" Cassie replied, "Well, he took all of my stuff." The lawyer asked, "Where does he end up?" Cassie replied, "Sitting in a chair in front of the window." The lawyer asks, "What are you doing?" Cassie responded, "I'm walking away from him." So they are recounting what's going on in that video we all saw. As we could tell from what's happening inside the courtroom right now, they are playing the video and just asking Cassie questions about what they're showing in the video. So, Diddy and his team tried their hardest to get this video from the hotel to not be admissible in this case, and the judge said no, it is admissible, because Diddy's team had to know that the video of Cassie being beaten by Diddy is probably the most damning evidence that the prosecution has. And especially as far as even opening people up to accept that, well, if he did this, can you imagine what other things he might have done? So, and the judge let it in. I'm assuming Diddy's lawyers had to know it was a long shot to get this video not admitted. So it's just interesting. But on that last post, when the lawyer asked Cassie what was she doing, and she said, "I'm walking away from him." Walking away from him. Some of the folks on X are commenting. One lawyer, or a person who calls himself lawyered up, said, "Folks, bear in mind that the hotel camera was a motion activated camera, so it didn't capture everything. Thus, if there are no movements or the movements are not pronounced enough, the camera won't activate and won't record." And I don't know if that information is beneficial because, or it may be beneficial for us spectators out here, because we've been told, or it's been insinuated, that maybe this video has been doctored in some way. I don't know if anybody's even believing that, because come on, we saw what we saw. I don't think there's any doctoring that's not going to show us Diddy stomping on Cassie while she was on the floor. So another person said, "As a juror, I would be like, yeah, I get it. I have seen it now for the 6th time. Get to the point." I guess that's one person who's saying, "Yeah, we've seen the video. We know what he's done. We all agree that he's trash for doing that. So what are you trying to tell us now?" Somebody else said that we're missing a big chunk of what happened in between on the video. My question would be to that is, does it matter? Does it matter? What part of that video of Cassie being beaten in front of the elevator might be missing that might change what we think about what we saw? I can't imagine what could be missing. If you show her throwing something at him, or her whatever, I just can't imagine anything that could be missing from that video that would change our perception of what we saw. And I'm using "we" generously, because in this case, you got people of all kinds of opinions and all kinds of perspectives. Diddy does have supporters. Diddy does have people who are willing to say out loud that she might have made him do what he did in front of that elevator. Yes, as detestable and as disgusting as that is, there are people out there who are saying that kind of crap. But for me, because even somebody on this comment under what's going on in the court right now said, need details on what caused this reaction. See, that is exactly what I was talking about. There are people who feel like, yeah, we saw him beat her down, but I want to know what caused that. As if there's some justification for him having done that. So there's no justification in my opinion. So, but like I said, Diddy has his supporters. So we do have an update from inside the courtroom. uh, so, Cassie ended by telling the lawyer that she was walking away from Diddy. The lawyer now asks, now who's in the video? Cassie said, me and security. The lawyer asked, in this one, play from 531. Where did you go from the hotel? Now, I, the part where she says, now who's in the video? And she says, me and security. I don't think we got to see any of that footage. I just remember the footage of what happened in front of the elevator. I don't think did we see publicly any footage like with her and security? I don't recall seeing it, but maybe it was there. Maybe somebody played it. I don't know. So anyway, the lawyer asked, in this one, play from 531, 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Where did you go from the hotel? Cassie replied, to my house. I took an Uber. The lawyer asked, now let's turn to text messages. Can you read page 4? Cassie replied, please call. I'm surrounded. The lawyer asks, who sent that? Cassie replied, from Sean. He was running around in a towel. I told him to put the robe on. The lawyer replied, who sent these green messages? Cassie replied, I did. I wrote to Sean, Jules left. As long as you're quiet, you can stay. Peace. The lawyer asked, who was Jules? Cassie replied, escort. Now, I think Jules is the one that Cassie said yesterday that they often refer to as the Punisher. Um, so yeah, so I don't know. So this is an interesting thing to see that after she was out of the hotel room and Diddy's calling her with an SOS, talking about he's surrounded. This is just so okay. He was running around in a towel. Okay, let's go back a little bit from what Cassie just said in court. The lawyer said, now let's turn to text messages. Can you read page 4? Cassie said, please call. I'm surrounded. The lawyer said, who sent that? Cassie said, from Sean. He was running around in a towel. I told him to put the robe on. So it's very curious as to what might have been happening in that moment. Did he think police were on the way in response to the ruckus that he caused on the 6th floor of this hotel when he was beating Cassie? What did he want her to do when he told her to call him? It feels very manipulative because this Diddy, from the testimony we've heard here, he has a whole army of assistants who are working for him at his beck and call. These assistants are even keeping tabs on Cassie and doing other things for him related specifically to Cassie and other people, it appears. So why would he need to call Cassie in this moment and say, please call, I'm surrounded? So it just feels like more manipulation there. As far as I'm just trying to pull her back into this situation that happened on that day. And it's probably a dance that was not foreign to her or him. You know, they probably were very much accustomed to kind of doing this kind of thing or having this kind of experience with each other, toxic violent, disgusting. All right, so let's see if there's any other update from inside the court. Yes, we do have another update. The lawyer says or asks Cassie, is this Jules? Photo shown, big smile. Now, that's what the reporter inside the courtroom has put in brackets, photo shown, big smile. So I don't know if he's saying the person in the photo has a big smile, Jules has a big smile. Oh, or is he saying when the photo was shown to Cassie that she had a big smile? I hope it's not the latter. So anyway, the lawyer asked Cassie just now, is this Jules, who's the escort? Cassie replied, yes. The lawyer then says it'll be 606 and 607 side by side. It's Cassie in big sunglasses. Cassie says, that's me, a selfie of me with a fat lip. The lawyer asked, when did you take it? Cassie said, in the Uber with one of my phones. So that's the most recent update from inside the court. That would have been when Cassie left the incident where Diddy beat her in front of the elevator when she was trying to leave. And so I think that is one of the pictures. I don't think we saw any of that publicly before this trial. And it'll be interesting to see if afterwards, if some of these artifacts we will be able to see publicly. Like I said, this morning before the trial started, there was some things being put in place within the courtroom so that reporters and other observers in the courtroom could not see certain things that I guess will be shown later today, like on the videos and things like that. So they're trying to control some of that. I guess it's just too much. They don't want to release it publicly. Cassie's lawyers and or not Cassie's lawyers, the prosecution and Diddy's lawyers were both in agreement with that. So they're actually trying to put up some type of screens within the courtroom to kind of block those visuals. But the judge used some wording this morning that I'm going to summarize that basically equal, we're going to try this. We're trying to prevent certain things from getting out, but there's no guarantee. So we'll see what happens from there. So let's check and see if we have any other update at this point from inside the courtroom. Let's see here. Okay, yes, we do have an update. Okay, so again, the lawyer asked, when did you take the photo? And Cassie replied, in the Uber with one of my phones, and it's a selfie she took with her having a fat lip. The lawyer said, what did you write here? Cassie replied, I said, please stay away from me. The lawyer asked, and what does he say? Cassie replied, he says, I'm getting arrested. Okay. Let's go back. I'm just going to go back a little bit. The lawyer asked Cassie right now in the courtroom, what did you write here? Showing her a text message. Cassie replied, I said, please stay away from me. The lawyer asked, and what does he say? Cassie replied, he says, I'm getting arrested. The lawyer asked, was he? Cassie said, I don't think so. The lawyer asked, what did you write back? Cassie replied, plugging my phone in and going to bed. Now, I know it's a lot of serious stuff going on right now, but let me tell you why that just made me chuckle. Because when he said to her, I'm getting arrested, now keep in mind what just happened. They were having a freak off in this hotel. Cassie testified that she was trying to leave the freak off. They in between sessions is what she said. She was trying to leave the freak off because she had a premiere happening and she didn't want to mess it up. So she was trying to leave. Diddy, what we all saw in the video was Diddy trying to prevent her from leaving, right? We saw what happened in that video. He also in the process, she got a fat lip in that exchange between the two of them, right? So after all of that, After she's left, she's now, at her home or wherever. Yeah, because she said she's home plugging in her phone and going to bed. He's telling her, I'm getting arrested, as if her whole world, her whole world should stop and she should care that he's being arrested. Now, this is indeed a domestic violence abuser. He's hoping to get some kind of pity, some kind of sympathy. I can envision him right now with those videos and TikToks he was leaving on social media for a while, talking about love and I'm so happy and joy, all that BS. But it was funny to me that in this moment, she did say, I'm plugging in my phone and going to bed, and paid him dust. Good for you, Cassie. Okay, so another update from inside the courtroom. The lawyer asked Cassie, who was at your home when you got there? Cassie replied, Carrie Morgan. Now, Carrie Morgan, this person's name has come up quite a bit in this testimony from Cassie. Cassie continued to say she was upset when she saw me. She called the police. The attorney asked, did you speak with them? Cassie said, yes, but I didn't say who I was talking about, and they left. The attorney asked, why? Cassie said, I wasn't ready. And, so we've seen this in other domestic violence situations, that until that person is ready to leave or to tell or to whatever, it's just not going to happen. It sounds like this was a situation where she had a friend basically trying to support her and encouraging her to like, yo, tell on this ninja because he is, tell on him. But she wasn't ready to do it, as she just testified in court. So another update from inside the court. The lawyer asks Cassie, did Sean try to come to your apartment? Cassie replies, yes, he was banging. That was pretty normal for him. That was pretty normal from him. But this is a pretty private building. The lawyer asked Cassie, did you hear from Miss Coran that day? Miss Coran is Diddy's assistant. Her name has also been mentioned several times within this testimony. And I don't know if this lady has some kind of deal with the prosecutors or whatever, because I do expect we will see her at some point in this trial. But then I say I don't know if she has a deal, because if she doesn't have a deal, she's gonna go down like Epstein's what's that lady? I forget her name, some French lady who was like his sidekick and facilitated a lot of stuff. This is who this lady reminds me of, as far as what her position was in all of this. So anyway, the attorney asked Cassie, did you hear from Miss Coran that day? Cassie replied, yes, and I went to see D-Rock and his wife to try to feel safe. And again, D-Rock was mentioned earlier in testimony too, and I believe D-Rock is Diddy's security. Oh, excuse me, pardon me. So, yeah, so they're again just going step by step what happened, not only based off of what we saw on the video, but what happened after. So it's going to be interesting to see if D-Rock testifies. I'm assuming he's going to testify. If Cassie is saying, I went to see him and his wife to try to feel safe, I definitely don't see them not getting on the stand. Somebody's going to call him, and I believe it's going to be the prosecution that's going to call him. So at this point, people on X are responding to what they're hearing. Someone said, how did she exit her home when he was outside banging and most likely with bodyguards? She should say more on this and state she thought she would get kidnapped. I feel there's a lot of detail she is leaving out to establish all the charges again. Okay, this lady, it's just a person commenting on what's being said about what's happening in the court. But this lady, I've seen her name quite a lot. She got a lot of she has a lot of wishes for what people should say in a moment like this. Somebody else said, oops, I can't wait to hear what Jay-Z's tea is in this, because I just know, man, people want to connect Jay-Z to this situation so badly. And so far, he has not been mentioned in anything outside of that case that was thrown out. That was I'm not even gonna go down that road, but that case that was thrown out with Busby. But you know, we'll see what all shakes out. But like I said, this is day 3 of an 8-week trial, and who knows what we're going to hear or see before it's all said and done. I was just very relieved when I heard Michael B. Jordan's name. That it turns out the reason why his name was mentioned is because Cassie had said in her original lawsuit, without naming him, but he was the person she was talking about, that Diddy threatened him when I think she went to one party with him, and I guess there was some flirting going on or whatever. And Diddy called Michael B. Jordan allegedly and threatened him about trying to talk to Cassie. So I think that was the end of that. I think Michael B. Jordan said, I don't want any of these. Michael B. Jordan said, I don't want any of these problems. And I'm glad about that, because Michael B. Jordan, you really don't need to be over here in this mess at all with Cassie and all they got going on and all this freaks. No, not with Diddy and his crazy ass, because I do believe Kid Cudi when he said Diddy blew up his car allegedly. So yeah, I'm glad Michael B. Jordan exited stage left. So, all right. So, and yeah, somebody else posted in the comment that D-Rock is head of security. So, D-Rock has got to make an appearance after his name was referenced, he and his wife, as far as being someone she went to see for safety after that incident at the hotel. Okay, so we have another update from inside the courtroom. Again, Cassie she replied to the attorney that the reason she didn't tell the police about who she was talking about and they left was because she wasn't ready. So the lawyer asked Cassie, did Sean try to come to your apartment? Oh yeah, I think I read that part. Yes. Okay. So yes, he tried to come, banging on the door. And his assistant called her later. She went to D-Rock, who's the head of security, and his wife to try to feel safe. Okay, we read that part. So here's the update, most recent update from inside the courtroom. The lawyer says, in this photo, what are you wearing? Cassie replies, a gown and sunglasses. I had a black eye. The lawyer asks, what if any other bruising was visible? Cassie replied, I had several bruises on my leg, but I changed clothes. The attorney asks, what's this? Cassie replied, me and Sean at the after party. So I don't know if this after party, that's the last update we have from inside the court. So we're waiting to see what they post next. So I'm assuming maybe this after party is very close to the time frame that she got all of these bruises from Diddy putting his hands on her. So yeah, this is a lot. And again, they're spending a lot of time really trying to show. I mean, they've spent the lion's share of the first 2 days, and now this third day, really just reinforcing that Diddy is guilty of domestic violence. His own attorneys said in their opening comments that basically I'm paraphrasing a little bit here, they're not shying away from the fact that Diddy did these things. And all of it kind of like related to domestic violence. But, they're putting their nickel down on, but that's not what he's being charged for. That's what the defense is doing. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting that today on day 3, the prosecution again is really right now, so far this morning anyway, they've been very heavily focused on showing us that Diddy has been guilty of domestic violence. So we'll see. I do wonder how this at this point may be landing with the jury. And if there are folks on the jury who are thinking, okay, yeah, he's He's definitely a person who committed domestic violence repeatedly, but y'all are going to send us back in the jury room to say he's guilty of sex trafficking and racketeering. And on day 3, I just don't feel like I've seen that evidence. I wonder if there are any people on the jury who might be saying that, because um, I would understand it. But again, we are on day 3 of what is supposed to be an 8-week trial. So maybe the prosecution is doing this dance this way for a reason. I'm sure they have a strategy. I'm sure they have a strategy. But it's going to be interesting. And the cross is going to be interesting. How cross handles Cassie on the stand is going to be very, very interesting. Let's see if we have any other update at this moment from inside the courtroom. And okay, yes, we do have an update from inside the courtroom. Where we left off, Cassie said she had several bruises on her leg, but she changed clothes. The lawyer said, "What's this?" I guess he's showing her a picture, and she said, "Me and Sean at the after party." The lawyer then said, "I'm going to show you escorts. Do you know the name of this person?" Cassie replied, "No." The lawyer asked, "In what cities did you use him?" Cassie replied, "New York." The lawyer asks, "Who's this?" Cassie replied, "Islander. He was on Latin Men." He was on Latin Men. I guess and Latin Men is capitalized, so I don't know if that's a website to go get Latin Men escorts. But anyway, Cassie replies, "Islander. He was on Latin Men. We used him in LA and maybe Vegas." The lawyer then says, "Who's this?" 2A-616. And so I don't know what 2A-616 means. Maybe that's the number on the artifact or whatever. But that's the last thing we have right now from inside the courtroom. Um, and 2A-616. I'm not really sure what that is. I'm assuming maybe it's an exhibit number of some sort. The people in the comments right now on this last update from the court, they're saying, too bad they didn't mention the year or event so jury can take notes on this. Someone else said, "I wish we could see the photos." Got me Googling the timeline. Oh, yeah, that would be a good way to kind of tie those back together. Um, Someone else says, "So instead of telling the police what happened, that her friend called for her, she decided to doll up and go to an after party instead." So, like I said, with this case, we got people with all kinds of opinions, perspectives. People are judging Diddy, but people are also judging Cassie. Um, and you see that on some of the comments and all the other commentary that's happening around this case. Someone else says, excuse me, "When was the after party? The same day?" So again, there are people are tapped in, and they are tapped in. Diddy has supporters, Cassie has supporters, and it gets messy. The conversations around this can get messy really, really quickly. So let's see if we have any other update from inside the courtroom. Not at this point. The escort, somebody put in a comment, the escort service was deaf booming during the Diddy era. Okay. Um, Someone else said, "Dang, all these former escorts will have their names public." Yes, they will. Because even the guy who testified, I believe, on the first day, his full name has been released. I heard someone say too on another video about this case when they were having a debate about who actually were the victims in this case, and the topic came up about the escorts and whether or not the escorts could be deemed a victim. So you can imagine how that conversation went. It went from Yeah, the escorts could have been a victim, especially if they're in this lifestyle because they suffered some kind of traumatic experience and now they're kind of like imploding and doing this lifestyle. So they're kind of maybe re victimizing themselves by even choosing to be in this lifestyle. So it went from that end all the way to the other end of people saying, hell no, escorts are not a victim in this particular situation in this Diddy trial because this is a service that they were willingly offering and willingly participating. Nobody forced the escorts to do anything. So I guess it depends on how you want to slice and dice that. It might even depend on what are the laws. What are the laws involved in this type of work? And part of why Diddy may be in this situation, those laws might very well vary, or at the federal level, they may mean something else, especially when you're using escorts from different states. So, like I said, for the first 3 days of where we are right now, the prosecution has not leaned into that side of telling us what the deal is at all. Right now, they're still 10 toes down on just showing us that Diddy is guilty of domestic violence, which we all say, yes, he is. I mean, I can't say all because, like I said, Diddy has his supporters who even will see Cassie get beat down and still try to find a way to say, but okay, but what happened before that though? For me, it doesn't matter what happened before that. So I'm just going to say, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, most reasonable people, okay, when they saw that videotape of Cassie getting beaten in front of that elevator in the hotel, that's domestic violence. And there's no ifs, ands, buts about it. Someone else said they're gonna get them on that prostitution thing for sure. Someone else said, I can't wait till Cassie is all finished on the stand and she can go home to her husband and kids and try to put this behind her once and for all. It must be horrible to have to relive all of this publicly. And Cassie is very, very pregnant. Like she could look like she could have this baby any day now. So I'm assuming she probably does wants to get back to her life, but I don't know if she comes out with any kind of book or anything like that. I don't know, but I'm not going to question at all somebody who went through the things that she went through about whatever their next steps are and try to put some kind of judgment around that. I'm definitely not going to do that at all. Someone else in the comments said, why didn't they just find one they liked in each city? Who is he supposed to be? Who is he supposed to traffic her or the escorts? Well, I guess that is the question. Who is he trafficking? Is he trafficking Cassie or is he trafficking the escorts by bringing them in from all these other states? That might be an interesting question, and it might be something to see if the defense, when they're on cross, do they play with that at all? So let's check and see if we have any other update at this point from inside the courtroom. Okay, yes, we do have an update from inside the courtroom where we left off. Cassie was being asked, who is this? She was being shown a picture. Cassie said Islander. He was on Latin Men, which I'm assuming is a site where you can hire Latin male escorts. She said we used him in LA and maybe Vegas. Then the lawyer asked her, who's this? 2A-616, whatever that means. Cassie replied, we called him Tommy. Don't ask me why. Martin joke just popped in my head. So is this Tommy's job? All these years where Martin didn't know what Tommy was doing for a living, is this what Tommy was doing? Okay, back to the update from inside the court. So Cassie said, we called him Tommy. The lawyer asks, who is this? Cassie replied, I know him as Greg, an escort in Miami. The lawyer asked, who's this? Cassie replied, Jonathan. We saw him in Miami. The lawyer asks, who's this? Red, I guess the picture is a red baseball cap backwards. Cassie replied, I don't know. He looks familiar from the freak-offs. Man, I tell you what, just reading, like, and kudos to her memory, because I don't know if I would remember escorts' names. I probably wouldn't want to remember their names. But she's able to look at these pictures and say, like, yeah, that's Tommy. Yeah, that's Greg. That's Tommy. That's Greg from Miami. Yeah, that's Jonathan. We use him too in Miami. That one, I'm not really sure who he is, but he looks familiar. He's from the Freak Offs. And I mean, this aligns with what she testified about yesterday when she said that the freak offs would happen multiple times during the week, and it consistently happened for years. That's a lot of men. That's a lot of escorts. That's a whole lot. Okay. Let's see if we have any other update from inside the courtroom at this time. Okay, nope, not yet. We're still waiting. People in the comments are saying uh, JFC, all these men, sickening. I can't imagine how she feels. Someone else said Diddy is a crime org and he should be put behind the bars for life. What a blank evil, effing evil. And maybe the person meant devil. Someone else said, Lord, all these men. And someone else said, wow, she remembers so many details. That's what I just said. How do you even remember all the names of these escorts? When you get shown a picture and you're like, yeah, that's Tommy from this place, and this is John, and this is, I'm like, how do you even remember all of these names? But someone said, wow, she remembers so many details. I wonder if the total amount of escorts was 50 to 100, but on rotation or one-offs. If one-offs, then they are in the thousands, considering multiple per day, 4 days a week for 10 years. Um, and from how she's recanted, like, yeah, we normally use him in Vegas. Normally we use this one here. So it sounds like they may have had certain escorts that they did use repeatedly, while they may, like, hire other ones. Maybe those were one-offs, but it did sound like in the course of them doing this, there were some who were just in rotation. Um, that's a lot of men, man. That's a lot of men. I can't even imagine. Like, I don't know if Cassie's parents are even still alive, but if they're hearing this, I just can't even imagine how they must be feeling. I mean, nobody wants to think about it. I mean, even if you're a parent out there, just to think, even if you think this could never, ever happen to your daughter, to think if this was your daughter, if Cassie was your daughter, I cannot imagine as a parent all the different types of emotion you might be feeling right now. So if her parents are still alive and they were good people and in her life, and I can't help but think about them in this moment. Um, let's see if we've gotten any other update from inside the courtroom. I think we last left off with Cassie just identifying different escorts within the pictures, um, and which may also, for some of the jurors, to some extent, give her even more credibility. That may sound weird, but for maybe some on the jury, they'd be like, yeah, she is too focused on these. She remembers too many details for us not to believe her in her version of whatever happened. Now, again, it still is a big jump from proving domestic violence and maybe a very different kind of sex life to racketeering, trafficking, and so on. So I don't know. I'm sure the prosecution is going somewhere where they're going to try to tie this together. But I think to most people, ordinary people just hearing this, the case that's been made so far is heavily, heavily, heavily on the domestic violence side. So we do have an update from inside the courtroom. Um, we left off with the lawyer asking Cassie to identify different escorts in pictures, to which Cassie replied, we called him Tommy. I know him as Greg, an escort in Miami. That's Jonathan. We saw him in Miami, and one that she said she didn't know, but he looked familiar from the freak offs. So the most recent update we now have from inside the courtroom is that the lawyer asked, and again, this is still the prosecution asking questions. What did you write here? Cassie replied, This is all we do. I'm just getting back on track. I'm sure you can call Kim on something. Okay. The lawyer then asked, "What did you mean by this is all we do?" Cassie replied, "Freak offs." Oh boy. Okay, I had to sit back a little bit on that one. When we've talked, okay, Kim Porter's name has been brought up in this trial, and I know it was brought up when Cassie was testifying yesterday, because Cassie said Kim was who Diddy was linked to publicly when they first started kind of messing around, because they asked Cassie, was your situation with Diddy, your relationship, your involvement with Diddy in the beginning, was it public? And she said, no, it wasn't public. I was his artist, and his family or his children or something along those lines. And then the lawyer asked, well, who was Diddy linked to publicly then? And she said, Kim. All right, so Kim Porter. So her name came up then. And then she said, Kim was who he was with prior to us getting together. Well, that's not actually true, Cassie. Kim was who he was with when y'all got together. Okay. Um, and then there was some other testimony from yesterday where um, Cassie said she thought they were monogamous. And that part of it kind of threw me, because I'm like, well, first, how do you think you're monogamous if he's actually with Kim Porter at the time? And while I'm talking about this, I just want to be very clear. Everything I'm saying about this doesn't justify anything that happened to her as far as the domestic violence. Okay, I just want to be clear on that, right? All right, so how do you think you're monogamous if you got with somebody who's with somebody and you're with somebody while he's still with somebody? You're not monogamous. And then a few questions down yesterday, the lawyer asked her, did he see other women? She said yes. She was asked, did she see other men? And she said yes. So this was not a monogamous situation ever. And when you all finally did, quote unquote, get together, it still wasn't monogamous because of this lifestyle. Although probably people in that lifestyle said, we got some rules, so to us we're still monogamous. Whatever. That's outside of my skill set, so I won't comment anymore on that. But it's interesting to hear her bring up in this reply this morning to the attorney that when she told Diddy, "This is all we do. I'm just getting back on track." I don't know if that means maybe she's weaning herself off the drugs, maybe she's getting back on track career wise, but maybe she's feeling more like herself or whatever. But she said, "I'm just getting back on track. I'm sure you can call Kim or something." So I don't know if that is suggesting, if is that suggesting that she was saying, "Hey, you can call Kim because I know you're still, seeing her. I know you love her." I have to put air quotes in love for Diddy. "I know you love her. I know y'all still hook up. I know you value her more than me." Or is that suggesting you can call Kim about these freak offs because you all were also getting down like this, and she knows how it goes? What exactly might she be suggesting when she told him, "This is all we do"? And she said, when she said that, she meant freak offs. So freak offs is all we do. I'm just getting back on track. I'm sure you can call Kim or something. And that doesn't sound like you can call Kim for a romantic date, a one-on-one session, or some kind of picnic. That sounds like to me, or how I'm interpreting that, you can call her to do these things. And it's a lot of around, why would you say that, Cassie? I don't want to see Kim Porter's name dragged through the mud and all this with this lady being deceased. And again, just knowing, even with her saying this, I mean, Cassie has the is there. She's reading from what she said, so she has to say it, right? But just to think about Kim's children being in that courtroom, and especially her daughters, this is some psychological thriller. I don't know. This is just horrible. Okay, so let's see if we have any other kind of update from the courtroom. Okay, yes, we do have an update from inside the courtroom, and we left off with again what we were just talking about, where Cassie told Diddy that freak offs is all we do. I'm just getting back on track. I'm sure you can call Kim or something. So the lawyer asked, "Did you try to avoid anything in the freak offs?" Cassie replied, "I tried to avoid kissing. It seems too intimate, but Sean told me to do it to kiss the escorts." To kiss the escorts. Okay. The lawyer asked, "What did Sean ask you to do on your 29th birthday?" Cassie replied, "A freak off." Cassie went on to say, "He had me pulled out of the blind dragon. He had me pulled out of the blind dragon for the freak off. Some security. He had me pulled out of the blind dragon for the freak off. Some security." So I'm not sure what the blind dragon is. Maybe it's a club. Maybe she was hanging out with her friends or something, and he had her pulled out of the blind dragon for a freak off. It sounds like that was maybe a club or a bar or something like that. I'm not sure. If anybody knows by chance what is the blind dragon, please drop it in the comments. But Cassie says, again, he had me pulled out of the blind dragon for the freak off, some security. The lawyer asked, "What about blackmail material?" Cassie replied, "He wanted me to fear the defense objects. The judge overrules the defense's objection." And the lawyer says, or asked Cassie, "When was Sean mention the freak off videos?" And Cassie replied, "To hurt me." Wow. So this man, you're his woman at this point publicly. You're in this freak off lifestyle with him, which, according to what she testified to yesterday, when she initially engaged in the freak offs, she wanted to do it to make him happy. He asked her if she would be open to doing it, and she said yes. And she said the reason why she said yes is because she wanted to make him happy. She also went on to say in one of her comments that she just didn't want to do it that frequently. So I just thought when she said it that way that the defense on cross might have a field day with that one, because they're going to want to try to get across to the jury that this was consensual, versus what Cassie is saying to us with the prosecution is that, and this is how I interpret what she said, what she literally said, that at one point in time, I was okay with doing this. I was okay with doing this. I wanted to make him happy. Of course, she's not going to go probably as far as staying to say she actually enjoyed it, considering the circumstances right now. But to me, she's also making it clear at some point she didn't enjoy it as much, or it was happening way too much. And she is giving the impression that there were moments when she said no, and when she said no, that there were consequences, right? So this is going to be interesting. Again, like I said, when cross happens, it's going to be very, very interesting. Let's see if we have any other update. Okay, yeah, we do have an update from Bud. These updates are coming pretty fast from inside the court today. Okay, so again, the lawyer asked Cassie, when would Sean mention the freak off videos? Cassie replied, "To hurt me." Cassie went on to say, "One time I was dating someone else and he threatened to release the freak off videos. I'd have to answer to my mother." I mentioned that earlier about her parents. "I'd have to answer to my mother. It's horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone." The lawyer asks, "What did Sean say the impact would be?" Cassie replied, "Shame." Oh, okay, I'll come back to that. Okay, let me go on. The lawyer said, or asked Cassie, "Let me show you a chat. Who's on it?" Cassie replied, "Me and Sean," is dated July 22nd, 2013. The lawyer said, "Read your message." Cassie replied, "I wrote, Please delete the videos off your phone. Too many people have access to your devices. He said, no, iCloud, all good, Ambien kicking in. What? Okay, so she said, I wrote, and this is her reading from a chat. I wrote, please delete the videos off your phone. Too many people have access to your devices. He said, no iCloud, all good, Ambien kicking in. All right, so mm, 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 mm. So that's where we are right now. I want to go back up here where when the lawyer asked, what did Sean say the impact would be? Right. So what would the impact? What did Sean, the lawyer is asking Cassie, Sean asked, Sean, what did Sean say the impact would be if he released the freak off videos? And she said that Sean said the impact would be shame. And keep this in mind. And this is why this whole conversation around this Cassie situation and this Diddy situation is so layered and so nuanced, because this is a man who maybe he was just going to release the part of the freak off videos where he was just, filming her and he wasn't in any of the scenes. Because based off of what she testified to yesterday about after the escort was finished, he wanted her to come into another room with him and put what the escort left behind on his chest. He should be shamed. But at this moment, he knows that even though he is the one who is, driving this activity, he threatens her, when I release this, it's going to be shame. Look at you. Look how you're going to look to people. Look at you. You are this, you are that. You letting these men do all these things to you. If you don't do what I say, I'm going to release these videos, and the shame that will come to you, the shame that will come to your family, your mother is going to see this shit. And could you imagine? I mean, could you imagine if you had participated in these things, regardless of whatever reason? Let's take it away from Cassie and Diddy. Let's say if you're participating in these type of activities by choice, you and whomever you're with, that person has recordings and they threaten to share this information on social media. That's just embarrassing. That's just embarrassing. So I'm just, hey, I don't participate in these type of activities, but I'm not going to shame anybody who is consensually doing whatever. Hey, that's y'all thing. Whatever y'all do, honey. But you've got to be crazy in this day and time. If you're participating in this, I don't care if you're participating in this with somebody you're married to let somebody videotape you. There should be no videoing. Okay? No, we've seen this come back to bite people in the ass too many times. Even when it's consensual. Like there should be no videoing. Okay? Whatever y'all do, when y'all are in agreement that y'all gonna do this thing, y'all just need to commit it to your memory. Okay, because there should be no video. But so that's the last let's see if we have any other update from inside the courtroom. Okay, so right now inside the courtroom, they're having a sidebar with a judge. So who knows what's coming up from what caused that sidebar? We don't know. Someone on the comment said the text exchange is important. It can be interpreted as showing Diddy tactically acknowledging the existence of the videos and also showing that Cassie wanted them to be deleted. Someone else said, all good, what an absolute effing piece of work. Somebody else said, a rich junkie is what he is. Someone else said, after this trial, I need to go to therapy. Cassie is a brave woman. So Someone else says, so he deleted it? Question marks. If he was on his phone, why did they say all the stuff they have came from her? I don't know what they meant there. They keep indirectly implying things, then immediately moving on. So, not really sure what all that means. Somebody said, this man is sick. Why do we let people have this much power? Uh, yeah, so people are weighing in on what they're hearing from today's testimony with Cassie. So let me just check and see if we have any other update from inside the courtroom. And we do. Okay, so we left off with Cassie acknowledging that Diddy said the impact of her if he released those videos would be shame. The lawyer asked, let me show you a chat. Okay, no, that's the part we just read. Sorry. Okay, so we have maybe we don't have an update. Okay, yeah, the sidebar is the last update. One of the lawyers requested a sidebar with the judge. So this is going to be a long. I can't even imagine how long this day must feel to Cassie, being especially first of all just the trauma and the drama of it all. Being as pregnant as she is, having her own children to also be concerned about. And you know something people haven't talked about at all. I have no idea what her relationship was with Diddy's other children, but she was with him for 10 years. So I can't imagine even her sitting on the witness stand and testifying and having to say the things she has to say under oath. That's probably bothering her too. So it's a lot to have to sit up there, go through all of this, talk about all of this stuff, know your parents are hearing it, hoping that your small children are not exposed to any of this at this point. You're very pregnant, look like you're about to drop this baby at any second. And then you also have Diddy's children in the courtroom that if you had any kind of relationship with them, you were with their dad for 10 years. So it's very likely that you had some kind of relationship with them. But then again, maybe not. I mean, maybe four of the children are from Kim. And so I don't know. But before Kim passed away, let's keep in mind there were different activities where both Kim and Cassie were there. They were in big photos together, with the children and everything. So maybe, maybe Kim and Cassie had kind of moved on and made peace, quote unquote, with the situation. But yeah, I think this is so much. All I just see is therapy for everybody, psychiatrists for everybody, because this is just a mess. Okay. And a mess is probably not even the right word to describe it. Uh, so let's see if they're still in this having a sidebar with the judge. Mm, we don't have any other update at this point from inside the courtroom. People on social media, of course, are still weighing in with their take on everything that's happening. Um, and like I said, that feedback across social media on this case is all over the place. There's one conversation that I've seen some people have that I've been actually thinking about, but been hesitant to really talk about it because honestly, I feel like I have to get my all of my thoughts together before I even go there. Because this is one of those cases where you almost have to give disclaimers to some extent before you talk about certain things because it's like I feel like this is something we need to talk about, but at the same time I want people to understand that where I'm coming from, I'm not trying to cast any kind of anything additional on Cassie in this situation, but I do think, and right now we're waiting to get another update from inside the, the courtroom, but I do think that there's a conversation to be had around young women and this thought that because I heard someone say this morning, and I heard a woman say this morning that all, and she used the word all young women, 19-year-olds, 18-year-olds, maybe even early 20s, are gullible. All young women would have fallen the same way Cassie did if in a situation with this powerful, rich, famous man. All young women would have been um, just hopeless, just unable to do something else than go down the path that Cassie went down. And I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. And I say that again, here's my disclaimer. I say that not to say Cassie should have done this or Cassie should have known this or Cassie should have not that at all. I am simply saying I do not believe that all young women would have made the decisions that Cassie made in this scenario. I also believe when we start narratives like that, we make women sound like they are just so emotional or so irrational that they cannot think logically, almost as if we're somehow deficient and we're so naive that we just can't help but fall into a trap. And I don't believe that. So I think that's a conversation worth having. I think it has to be handled carefully because, again, I know I personally would want to be a part of any kind of conversation to make that while I'm having this conversation, I'm saying, Cassie, you should have, because I'm not saying, Cassie, you should have anything. I just want to speak to this narrative that I'm hearing where even women are saying all women would have fallen into the trap that Cassie fell in. And that I definitely, absolutely, 100% disagree with. All right, so let's see if we have another update from inside the courtroom, or if they're still having this sidebar. Okay, it is 11:10 a.m. and let's see, it's 11:12 here. The judge said the judge has taken a break. Okay, so the guy from Inner City Press is letting us know that the judge has taken a break to change some things in the courtroom. During the break, Combs sit at defense table, his lawyer Xavier Donaldson leaning down to speak with him. All right, so they are on a break right now. And let me see if I can go to anything while they're on this break. Just share maybe some updates or other perspectives on what's happening. I would love to know, what are y'all thoughts right now? Do you think that Diddy's children, especially maybe the younger girls, because I think they're all like 18. I think they're all 18 because, the twins are Kim Porter's daughters. And the other little girl, other young lady, Chance, is from another lady. But I think Kim Porter and this lady was pregnant at the same time. So you tend to see the three of these girls together all the time. And that's why I say, even when I think about what might have been the situation with Cassie and Kim before Kim passed away, who knows what it might have been? It might have been amicable, because even when I look at Kim's daughters and their sister Chance, who's, Kim was very much publicly in a relationship with Diddy. Say Daddy, that's cool. Okay, with Diddy. When Chance was conceived with this other woman, I think Chance's mother might live in Atlanta or something like that, because this was around the time when Diddy and Kim were, I think, doing like Essence magazine covers and all of that. So they were very much a public couple. But Diddy was still being Diddy, and he got someone else pregnant, and he, unlike, what's the basketball player's name? Who escapes me right now? Oh gosh, I gotta Google it now. He's the basketball player who is up and coming. He is a star, and who just had a baby with someone that he is disowning because he said she trapped him or was trying to trap him. Well, I can see his face. He's in the playoffs right now. I can see his face, but cannot think of his name. Let's see. NBA player uh, rejects baby. That can't be but one person. Anthony Edwards. That's his name. Okay. Anthony Edwards, who I actually really supported. Again, big sports fan over here. But when he did this thing here with this baby, whatever went on with you and that woman, when you put in your legal paperwork that you'll cut the check, I'm paraphrasing here, you'll cut the check, but you have no need for visitation or anything like that because you will not be spending any time with your baby girl. That is trash. So I don't root for Anthony anymore in anything. I'm not rooting for his team in the playoffs. If his commercial comes on and I got the remote near me, I turn the TV. I'm not rooting for him for anything. Okay. One thing I will say about Diddy, as he had these children with these women, he just pulled these children into the fold. I mean, he didn't treat, from what we could tell, big asterisk there, from what we could tell, he didn't treat any of his children as if they were lesser than because they didn't come from, what Kim Porter had. Well, really, she had 3 children for him, but, he adopted Quincy. So, and I don't know if he ever officially legally adopted Quincy, but Quincy calls him Pops. Quincy seems way more closer to Diddy than I'll be sure, for sure. And so, but just saying that it gave the appearance that whatever was going on behind the scenes, all the children were welcomed, loved, and pulled into the family. Opposite of like what Anthony Edwards is doing, who's saying, I don't like the situation. I don't like how you're trying to get money out of me. And so therefore, I will never see this daughter that we created her for her whole life. I'm just going to cut the check. Now, I hope he's just saying that now because he's young and dumb and he will come to his senses. But because he said that and he appears to be at the moment standing 10 toes down on that, I don't support Anthony Edwards in any way. So got to that just by thinking about, what's going on right now with these children and these children being in this courtroom and them having to hear all of this stuff. The only child not in this courtroom is the baby, of course, that he just recently had. I don't think that little girl I don't think she's even 2 years old. And so, of course, she wouldn't be there. I'm glad her mother didn't show up to court with the baby. I'm just like, child. But Diddy, if Diddy feels like he thinks that'll help sway this jury in any way, we might see the mother of his youngest child pull up, have this baby with her. Cute little baby. If he feels like that'll give him some leverage, Diddy will definitely make the call and let her know, I need you to be here in New York with the baby. Okay? I need you to be here because I need all the leverage I can get. So let me check back and see if they're back from their break yet. See if anything else is going on in the courtroom. No, it sounds like, because when they took the break, they said because of changes in the courtroom, it might be connected to whatever they're supposed to be putting something up in the courtroom to prevent reporters and other observers from seeing some of the visuals or some of the video that Diddy's lawyers and the prosecution agreed that they wanted to restrict people from being able to see certain things. So I know they're supposed to be setting something up in the courtroom that will prevent, reporters and observers from seeing that. So maybe that's what they're working on in this break. Because I don't see right now. And let me just check again, because they only did go on break at 11:10 Eastern Standard Time, and right now it's 11:19. So they've only been on break for 9 minutes. So let's see. And again, I want to shout out Inner City Press. Inner City Press on X is who I'm following to get the verbatims, as much as they are verbatims, from inside the courtroom. Inner City Press has been doing a great job sharing a lot of detail with content creators and other outlets of what's going on in the courtroom. So again, I just wanted to give a shout out to Inner City Press on X. So if you want to kind of follow along and see what's happening in the courtroom, go back and see what's happened over the last 2 days in the courtroom. He has it all there. Don't know to what extent it is a true verbatim, because you can imagine this is somebody who has given us this information as best he can. I'm hoping at some point we get transcripts so that we can literally read verbatim what was said during the hearing. So I'm just gonna check again and see if we have any update. Nope, we're still waiting. So somebody said on X that I heard the kids were listening all day yesterday in court, whereas they left on Monday when the escort spoke. So somebody's asking any expression of the girls. Someone else said that lawyers and courtroom staff are busy during the break working out logistics for playing the freak off footage without the gallery being able to see it. So that's what I was mentioning, that at the top of the morning, when court first started, there was that conversation being had about what they needed to set up so that the gallery wouldn't be able to see the freak off footage. So that's why they're on break right now, because the lawyers and courtroom staff are busy during the break working out logistics for playing the freak off footage without the gallery being able to see it. So I think, if I remember what was said earlier, they won't be able to see it, but I think they're still going to be able to like hear it. So this is just, of course, the jury has to see it. And that was part of the questions that the jury candidates had to answer before they were selected. And paraphrasing here, but basically, can you handle seeing what y'all gonna see? Because y'all about to see some stuff, okay? It's gonna be very X-rated. It's gonna be very, maybe outside of your norm of what should be happening in these intimate situations. And we need to know if y'all are going to be able to handle that. Paraphrase the hell out of that, but that was on the questionnaire. They need to make sure, are you good? Are you going to be good for this freak off exhibit, this video? Are you going to be good? Because I don't need you in here on the jury clutching your pearls. Okay, you're going to have to be able to watch this video, take it in. And I restrained myself from saying no Diddy, although I just said no Diddy. But you're going to have to be able to, handle seeing this graphic, and maybe even unsettling for some video. So they are in the process now of trying to set all of that up in the courtroom so that reporters and other people everybody in the gallery just won't have access to seeing it. And I'm glad that Cassie, the prosecution, and Diddy's attorneys were on the same page with that. Because if someone thought, why would the gallery need to see the freak off video? I mean, look, y'all. I mean, I know we're in the time of everybody wants to see everything and all that, but we don't need to see that. We don't need to see that. If it's never in the public information documents that people can access or request or whatever, I'm actually good on that. I know there's a lot of people who probably want to see these freak off videos, but we don't need to see that, okay? We don't need to see that. We don't need to see that. We don't need to see that for a lot of reasons. We just don't, okay? But the questioning that's going to be connected to when they do play the video, even without seeing it, it might get kind of it might get so graphic that you almost don't need the visual, depending on how graphic it gets. Just checking again to see if we have any update from the courtroom. All right. So not yet. I guess they're still working on setting this up. Let's see what people were saying around what Diddy said about that the videos that were on his phone. Let's see. Some people again saying this man is sick. I read that before. They had one where somebody used a curse word to identify Cassie, and they said she was lying. So like I've said on this live, Diddy has his supporters and his detractors, and Cassie has her supporters and her detractors. And I know for some who watch this and who are 100% in support of Cassie, it's hard to understand why there's so much vitriol that is against Cassie. But that is how these situations go. I'm trying to see if there's any. Okay, look, we're getting an update. Let's see. I think we're getting an update. Okay. The judge has taken a break. Okay. All right. So a lawyer on the prosecution side said there's still some issues with the privacy screens, so we'll pull that off and do something else now. The judge said, okay, welcome back, Ms. Ventura, bring the jury in. So the jury comes back in, and the lawyer then says, I offer more exhibits. So whatever they were trying to do with the privacy screens didn't work. So they're moving on. I guess they'll come back to that later, as they said, and they're going to move on with Cassie and offer other exhibits. So let's see here. Just trying to make sure I'm checking to see when we get any additional updates from inside the court. And as of right now, we're waiting. But yeah, so they just said there's still some issues with the privacy screens, so we'll put that off and do something else now. That is what the prosecution has said. And the judge said, okay, so the break that they took shortly after 11 a.m. was to get those things, the privacy screens, set up appropriately, because they don't want the gallery seeing the freak out videos. And so they were trying to put up privacy screens to block them from being able to see it, but whatever they were trying to do didn't work. And so now they're moving on with Cassie being on the stand and using other exhibits. So let me just check and see if we have any kind of update. In one of the clips, I'm looking at a clip right now, just the elevator scene with Cassie. And that thing is still just hard to look at. That's why I don't understand people who think like, well, I just need to know what happened prior to that. Oh my God, it's so bad. I don't need to know what happened prior to that. There's no justification for what Diddy did to Cassie in that footage at the hotel. There's no justification for that. And I'm sorry, I can't rock with anybody who says, well, I need to know what happened before that. That I don't know. That you know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like to me people who make those type of arguments where they say there's good people on all sides. In some situations, there's not good people on all sides. Period. Okay, if you think that, and this, that's not good. We need to stop shooting people bail on stuff that's just no. There's not good people on all sides of when you look at that video, right? Who's in the right? Who's in the wrong? It's one answer. It's one answer, and the answer is Diddy is in the wrong in that video with him beating her in front of the elevator. So I'm not on board with anybody saying, well, yeah, I need to know what happened before that, though. It doesn't matter what happened before that. It doesn't matter what happened before that. So let's see if we have any other update right now from inside the courtroom. They took their sidebar, but past that, they tried to fix the privacy screens so that the gallery wouldn't see the information, but that didn't work. They're supposed to be moving on with other exhibits now. Cassie is back on the stand inside the courtroom, but they have not posted anything right now. So we're waiting for them to post something else to give us an update on what's happening inside the courtroom. I saw this morning when they were coming in, I saw Cassie's husband arrive. And of course, Diddy's family was there. Um, Justin's mother was there. I don't know, she broke a foot or whatever, but she was hobbling along in there. Of course, Diddy's mom is there. Quincy's there. And we're at this point, we're just waiting for them to give us an update from inside the courtroom. So let me just check again and see if we have anything. Okay, no, we're still waiting. But I tell you, every time I see Quincy, especially with all of this going on, and then you see, Al Shure's kind of like on a press junket right now talking about what he has a book coming out in the fall. I think it's called "Do You Believe Me Now?" Al Shure says that Diddy tried to kill him. He said when he was in the coma and his organs were shutting down and all of that, he said that Diddy tried to kill him. That's what Al Shure is saying. So I'm assuming he and Quincy, I don't know what kind of relationship they may have at this time, because Quincy appears to be definitely supporting Diddy, who may, for all intents and purposes, be the only daddy, father he really knows. And I think he definitely would stand by his sisters because, I can't imagine he would want to be in a situation where they're going through this and he's not there. All right. So, okay, so we have an update from inside the courtroom. We left off with, they try to put up the privacy screens again so that we won't see the visuals from the freak off videos. If you're sitting in the gallery, that didn't work. So now they have Cassie back on the stand. And, excuse me, the lawyer is offering other exhibits. So the lawyer asked Cassie, "What did you say here?" Pardon me. Cassie replies, "I'd been told there was a sexually explicit video out there about me. I reached out to Sean." The lawyer asked, "Then what?" Cassie replied, "We were driving back to New York City from Atlantic City to talk to this DJ, Woo Kid." Woo Kid is a question mark. Woo Kid is in quotation marks with a question mark at the end. Okay, so she said she's reading from whatever the lawyer handed to her, and he said, "What did you say here?" She said, "I've been told there was a sexually explicit video out there about me, so I reached out to Sean." The lawyer said, "Then what?" And Cassie said, "We were driving back to New York City from Atlantic City to talk to this DJ, Woo Kid." So let's see if we have any other update. Somebody in the comments said, "DJ Khaled." I don't, unless the person with Inner City Press misheard what Cassie said. Woo Kid and DJ Khaled doesn't sound like the same thing. So we'll see. Anyway, somebody else in the comments said, "Spill it." Another person in the comments said, 50 Cent said he saw a video of her going around. 50 Cent did say that. 50 Cent said he saw a video of Cassie and that he called Diddy, and paraphrasing here, but basically said, "Yo, man, this you?" Diddy, 50 Cent did talk about that. So maybe that is the video that Cassie is referencing. Wow. Wow, this is just okay. So let me check and see if we have another update yet from inside the courtroom. Okay, yes, we do. We have another update. So again, left off with Cassie said we were driving back to New York City from Atlantic City to talk to this DJ. The lawyer said, "Did that happen?" Cassie said, "At a restaurant." The lawyer said, "What was security's role?" Cassie replies, "To intimidate. They were lining the room." The attorney said, "Who was there?" Cassie said, "Uncle Paulie and James Cruz." Now it's escaping me right now. I need to start keeping notes, especially if I'm going to be doing this on a daily basis. James Cruz's name came up, I want to say yesterday. I don't remember who he is. I do not recall, and if you hear me fading away a little bit, I'm looking for my notebook because I need to start keeping notes apparently. I don't remember who James Cruz is, but maybe they'll clarify in the questions to come next. But I do recall his name being mentioned prior to the questions that Cassie is being asked right now. So again, Cassie's upset because she's hearing that there's some video out there with her, an explicit, sexually explicit video out there about her. So she reached out to Diddy. They went back to New York City from Atlantic City to talk to this DJ. The lawyer asked, "Did that happen?" And she said, "Yeah, at a restaurant." So I guess they talked about, met up with this DJ at a restaurant. And the lawyer asked what was security's role. And Cassie said, "To intimidate. They were lining the room." The lawyer said, "Who was there?" And Cassie says, "Uncle Paulie and James Cruz." So let's see if we have another update. So we're still waiting for an update from inside the courtroom, but people in the comments are saying the names are being dropped. Let's go. Someone said because she is naming names, can they be subpoenaed? Somebody's asking that. Because she is naming names, can they be subpoenaed? Somebody else said Cruz. Okay, that's okay. Cruz was supposed to be her manager. That's right. That's who Cruz was. Thank you, people in the comments. Okay, so Cruz was supposed to be her manager. Yesterday she testified, her music career wasn't really going the way she wanted to go. She had a 10-album contract deal with Diddy, but things weren't happening. And she said her manager told her that he was trying to manage her with one hand tied behind his back because everything related to her had to go through Sean. Everything had to be blessed by Sean. So she did mention him yesterday. Yes, that's exactly who he is. He is her, or was her manager. So it's going to be interesting to see if he testifies. Especially if he was there and a part of this scene that they're describing now that sounds like something straight out of a movie, where there's some explicit tape going around with Cassie on it. They're meeting at the restaurant with a DJ and whomever else who may be involved in whatever's going down with that. And that the wall at the restaurant, the security they're lining the room. So, I mean, it sounds like something straight up out of a movie. So let's see if we have any other update from the court, inside the court. Yes, we do. Okay. Someone else said DJ Khaled too, so I don't know if that's who they're referencing because of how the reporter inside the courtroom said "woo kid" and literally spelled out WHOO kid. So maybe he just didn't understand that she was saying Khaled. I don't know. But anyway, so again, Cassie tells the lawyer that Uncle Paulie and James Cruz was there. We now understand, thanks to the folks in the comments, that James Cruz is or was Cassie's manager. The lawyer then asks, "How would you recover from a freak off?" Now, I'm not understanding how the lawyer jumps to that from they were at the restaurant with security lining the room maybe how do we jump? Okay, but anyway, we can only share on this live what is being shared with us from inside the courtroom. Okay, so where we are now, the lawyer is asking, how would you recover from a freak off? Cassie replied, I'd take opiates. I wanted to feel numb. We'd get massages, IV fluids. The chef would cook us something. The lawyer asked, how often did you take opiates after freak offs? Cassie replied, often. I got urinary tract infection. Honey, I'm surprised. I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did get urinary tract infections. And I don't even want to think about what other things might have went down with all this that was going on. But and I don't know if she's suggesting that she got urinary tract infections from the opiates, which I don't know what she's suggesting. I'm just reading what the inside the courtroom reporter is providing. But the lawyer asked, how often did you take opiates after freak offs? And Cassie replied, often. I got urinary tract infections. Let's see if there's any update. Okay, yes, there is. So the lawyer said or asked Cassie, were the UTIs painful? Cassie replied, very. Antibacterials don't work anymore. Ooh. Cassie replied, very, that the UTIs were very painful. Antibacterials didn't work anymore. The lawyer asked, how did it feel during freak offs? Cassie replied, burning. I would not advise it. Oh my gosh. The lawyer said, let's read this out loud. So I guess he's handing something to Cassie to read out loud. Cassie reads, and this is in quotes, I have all these sores on my tongue. I have another UTI. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, so let me see if we have another update. Okay. We don't have another update at this point. People in the comments are saying, um, when the judge, when the lawyer asked how did it feel during the freak off, somebody in the comments said, no, they felt good. This lawyer, I'm sick of it. This is truly insane, not only physically but mentally. I don't know how she made it through. Somebody else in the comments said, we did hear about Combs wanting her to use condoms. I wonder if that plays into this. Well, I think what the person meant to write in here, because this came up earlier in this trial too with the witnesses, that with Cassie, that he didn't want her. She wanted to use condoms, but Diddy didn't want her to use condoms. And then somebody else in the comments said, OMG, they did talk about concealing her health records. Oh, it breaks. Okay, someone said, oh, hell no, Diddy is going to hell. Y'all, this is so bad. This is just so bad. This is just so bad. Okay, so I'm gonna go back over the last update we had from inside the courtroom. The lawyer asked, were the UTIs painful? Cassie replied, very. Antibacterials didn't work anymore. The lawyer said or asked, how did it feel during freak offs? Cassie replied, burning. I would not advise it. The lawyer replied, let's read this out loud. So I'm assuming he gave something to Cassie for her to read out loud. Cassie replies, and it's in quotes here from the reporter inside the courtroom. Cassie replied or read out loud, I have all these sores on my tongue. I have another UTI. This is so bad. I don't know if on Cross, I'm assuming that Cross is going to attempt to say, yeah, this is, bad. But this happened or she encountered these things or, whatever, because this is the lifestyle that they were consensually taking part in. Um, I don't think that's gonna fly with the jury, but we'll see. Because also, for those of us who've watched a lot of trials, because I still can't believe Casey Anthony didn't get found guilty for unaliving her child. You never know for sure what a jury will do, but I think it's an uphill battle, and primarily because of that videotape of him beating her when she was trying to leave a freak off. It's going to be an uphill battle for the jury to not find him guilty of anything. He's going down for something. Okay, some of these charges he's going down for something. This is just too much. I mean, it's too much, and it's just too much. So I can't even imagine how the jury is processing this. So let's see if we have another update from inside the courtroom. Mm-hmm. Okay, we do have another update from inside the courtroom. Again, we left off with Cassie saying, I have all these sores on my tongue and I have another UTI. The lawyer asks, what sores? Cassie replies, friction in my mouth. The lawyer asks, from what? Cassie replies, oral sex. The lawyer replied, you said another UTI, then sad face emoji. Cassie replied, I was open with him about them. The lawyer asks Cassie, so you feel sick? Cassie replied, why are you sorry? I took the blame for things. I'm not sure how that's linking to the lawyer's question. So you feel sick? Why are you sorry? I took the blame for things. I'm not understanding what the lawyer. I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what the reporter inside the courtroom is posting there. I don't know if something is out of order or what. But this is just not good. Someone in the comments said this doesn't paint her in a good light for jurors. Someone else said to think she is victim one, she has powerful evidence. There's 4 more victims to speak. Yikes. Someone else said defense taking notes and will use this during cross. Someone else said she just as much of a freak as he is. Little 69 God. Someone else in the comments said, I wish the death penalty was on the table for that psychotic, depraved demon. Someone else in the comments says, is this her implying it wasn't his fault? Sorry if I misread this. No, I'm with you on that. I don't know what the reporter inside the courtroom was telling us there. It almost felt like something was out of order or he left out a part. So I'm not really sure what he was saying there. Someone else in the comments said, this poor girl. Someone else said, I wonder if they will cross-examine her today. Someone else said in the comments that this is another sign of her being abused, is feeling responsible and guilty for everything. And someone else in the comments said, wow, there was an escort who came out years ago saying they gave him herpes. I just saw that last night. Was it last night or this morning? Earlier this morning, I just saw, I think the guy's name is Adi or Odie or something like that. But he did come out years ago saying that Diddy and Cassie gave him herpes. He did say that. So, all of that footage is coming back to the forefront now. So let me go back and check and see if we have another update from inside the courtroom. Okay, they're on a, well, okay, hold on. Let me just check and see, because I don't think they're on, yeah, they're not on another sidebar. Let me see. Okay, yes, we do have another update from inside the courtroom. Okay, so where we left off, Cassie was talking about the sores in her mouth and that it was from oral sex. And she was, this is some type of email or text between her and Sean about it. She said, "Why are you sorry? I took the blame for things." So then the lawyer asks, "Which escort would go to sex clubs with you and Sean?" Cassie replied, "Jules." The lawyer asked, "The escort from the Intercontinental in LA?" Cassie replied, "Yes." The lawyer asked, "Did you want to have sex with Jules ever?" Cassie said no and laughs, but then she says, "But I knew him." And the lawyer asks, "Why did you do it?" And she said, "Sean." So maybe that was a nervous laugh or whatever, but perception is everything, especially with a jury. And Cassie might want to try not to laugh and on any of these responses, especially after her telling us about, about the oral sex, sores in her mouth, UTIs, and all of this, and antibacterial medicine doesn't work anymore. And the testimony from earlier, not today, but yesterday, where it sounded like in the beginning she was definitely on board with doing the freak offs in order to make him happy. He asked her, did she want to participate? She said yes. That's how it started, and from how the testimony is going, that may have been how it started. But at some point, she didn't want to participate anymore, according to her testimony. And initially, what she said yesterday, the primary reason, or what she said, I don't want to say the primary reason. A reason she gave for not wanting to do the freak offs anymore is because they were happening too frequently, which I think the cross is going to maybe focus in on that as evidence of, it's not that you were against them. Maybe you didn't like that they were happening so often, but you were not against them. I think they're going to try to use that against her, but we'll see. So from the latest update we have from inside the courtroom, she's identifying again Jules, and I think she also referred to Jules as the Punisher yesterday. So let's see where they're going with that, and let's see if they have any other updates since that. Okay, so right now, nope, there's no other update after that. In the comments, people are saying, someone said, "I feel like a damn voyeur in this case. Then I get my fill and leave for a while." Nervous laugh or regular laugh. That's what I was saying when they said she laughed when he said, "Did you ever just want to sleep with Jules?" He's, you're in the freak offs together, but did you want to sleep with him? And she said no and laughed. And the person in the comments said, "Was it a nervous laugh or a regular laugh?" And I'm like, yeah, because if it was just laughter, period, with everything that's being talked about, and all we have, of course, because we can't see it and hear it, we just have what's being reported from inside the courtroom. So we don't see, body language, how we don't have any sense of how that might have went over with the jury. But I don't know. It's just interesting to hear any kind of laughter, but it could have been nervous laughter. It could have been whatever. So again, don't want to put 10 on 20 there with that, but it's just interesting to hear that. Girl, just don't laugh, because who knows what the jury will think. Okay, we don't know yet. We're still waiting to see if we have an update from inside the courtroom since the last one. I knew somebody put in the comments, I'm reading as it's written, y'all. Okay, so someone put in the comments, "I knew she going to inappropriately laugh at some point. All actresses do this at some point during their performance. I have literally just been waiting." Okay, so that's somebody who is either supporting Diddy in this situation, or they just don't believe Cassie. And that's an interesting nuance in all of this too, because like I said, Diddy has his supporters, and then there are some people who don't support Diddy, but they don't believe Cassie. So I don't know. Somebody put in the comments, did she ever go to a doctor for this stuff? And somebody else put in the comments, wrong time to chuckle. Yeah, I see many people are kind of focusing on that. Like, girl, don't be laughing on the stand. Do not be laughing on the stand talking about all this shit like UTI, sores in your mouth, and all this crap, and then you laugh. Why are you laughing? Do not laugh. Okay. Let's see if we have an update. We still don't have an update since the last one we received. There are people in the comments applauding Cassie. They're saying, speak, Cassie. There are people in the comments who are still saying that they believe she is lying. So again, there are all kind of perspectives. I can tell you one thing though, me even just doing these lives every day and kind of staying very close to what is being said, it is very different when you're literally reading everything versus what news tells you is going on in the case. It's very different because it's like I've read some articles, like whether it's like Associated Press or whatever, and I'm like, well, y'all leaving out this, or I don't know if I would have packaged it that way, or yeah, that's how I felt. So it's very interesting just to kind of be in the weeds of it yourself to have your own opinion, because sometimes when people put in a bowl and stuff, it may not be exactly how you saw it. Okay, we do have another update from inside the courtroom where we left off, when Cassie was being asked to identify another escort. She identified the escort as Jules. She was asked by the lawyer, did you want to have sex with Jules ever? She said no, and she laughed. She said, but I knew him. And they asked, why did you do it? And she said, Sean. So the lawyer now is asking, who was present when Sean put his hands on you at freakouts? Cassie replied, sometimes the escort was there too. The lawyer asked, in the same room? Cassie replied, yes, Jules. The lawyer then said or asked, and in the suite? Cassie says, yes. The lawyer asked, were they aware? The defense objects. The judge overrules. And Cassie replies, yes. Okay, so let's go over that again. The lawyer asked in the most recent information we got from inside the courtroom, who was present when Sean put his hands on you at freakouts? Cassie replied, sometimes the escort was there too. The lawyer asks, in the same room? Cassie replied, yes, Jules. The lawyer asked, and in the suite? Cassie replied, yes. The lawyer asks, were they aware? And the defense objects. The judge overrules the objection, and Cassie replies, yes. So let's see if we got anything else after that. Okay, we're waiting now to get another update from inside the courtroom. Someone in the comments said, we need a list of names of who was present at all of these freak-offs. You're not going to get that. We're not going to get that list any more than we're going to get that list from Epstein that they've been talking about releasing forever, and somehow it just never happens. It's so funny with the whole Epstein list. It's almost like when people are like, oh, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's coming out on this day. It's coming out, and everybody gets all hyped up, and especially all of the content creators and media, and they're like, oh, we're going to get the list today, and we're going to talk about who's on the list. Oh, can you imagine the dignitaries, politicians, high-profile people who must be on this list? And the list never comes. The list never comes. Power protects power, honey. Okay? Power protects power. So just like we haven't seen that Epstein list, the full list that supposedly exists, I feel confident that we will never see a list of names of who was present at all of these freak-offs. I just don't see that happening. I don't even see Cassie publishing such a list. And if it's something that is involved or included in any lawsuit right now, criminally or civilly, I just don't believe that list would ever see the light of day. I just don't. All right, let's see if we have any other update from inside the courtroom. Okay, yes, we do have another update from inside the courtroom. Okay, where we left off, the lawyer asked, were the escorts aware? The defense objected. The judge overruled, and Cassie said yes. Cassie went on to say the escorts would ask me if I was okay afterwards. The lawyer asked, in what cities did he put his hands on you? Cassie replied, New York, LA, Miami. The lawyer asked, how frequently? Cassie replied, too frequently. Oh boy. The lawyer asked, what's the Abbey? Abbey. What's the Abbey? Cassie replied, a gay club in LA. I went there with my friend. Okay, let's see if we have any other update. All right. Nope, we're waiting on another update from inside the court. Okay, so Cassie is saying, and hey, I gotta say she has a great memory because all of these details, I'm just impressed by the the details that she's remembering, because I would think even with all of these things being so traumatic, I could very easily see a person pushing as many of these details out of their consciousness as possible. But she remembers a lot. And so we're waiting right now to see if we're going to get another update within a few seconds. I'm sure we will, because I know they're probably going to break for lunch closer. Well, it's 12 o'clock now, so the lunch break is probably coming up in a little bit. But the last thing that she said, as far as just identifying again where they would have freak-offs, how frequently he put his hands on her, she said too frequently. And so we're waiting to see what else comes from inside the court. The comments, there's someone in the comments who said I'm sorry, I'm being distracted by a text message. Okay, but anyway, there's someone in the comments that said the laughing part may not come across well. I agree with that. Someone else said, by the way, that's another example of recklessness and poor judgment, going to sex clubs with your girl and a random escort, a man of your status. Someone else, we read that one where they asked, what was that, a nervous laughter or an inappropriate laughter? Let's see if we have any other update from inside the courtroom. Okay, yes, we do have an update. All right, so we left off with Cassie telling us about the Abbey, Abbey. She said that it's a gay club in LA, and she went there with her friend. The lawyer asked, where were you going? And Cassie replied, to a music festival in Canada run by Drake. Sean came to my home and tried to attack me. I was thrown into the bed frame. The lawyer asked, what's this? Cassie replied, a photo of my eye afterward. The lawyer asked, who took you to the doctor? Cassie replied, D-Rock. Let me tell you, D-Rock, the head of security, D-Rock is definitely going to get subpoenaed to come to the stand. There's no way D-Rock, there's no way D-Rock is not coming to the stand. And I would even go as far as saying D-Rock may have already signed some type of deal or agreement with the prosecution in order for him to not be charged as a part of this racketeering or part of the organization supporting the racketeering. Did I say racketeering? Racketeering. Y'all bear with me. Okay. Um, because D Rock's name has now come up a couple of times. His name has now come up a couple of times. So he's coming to the witness stand. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, he's coming to the witness stand. So again, Cassie was going to a gay club in LA. She said she went there with her friend, talking about the Abbey. Then I don't know if the lawyer showed her another picture or something, because he asked her, where were you going? And she said, to a music festival in Canada run by Drake. I wonder if she's talking about OBO Fest. She said, Sean came to my home and tried to attack me. I was thrown into the bed frame. So the lawyer says, what's this? And Cassie said, a photo of my eye afterward. The lawyer asked, who took you to the doctor? Cassie said, D-Rock. D-Rock, who is the head of security for Diddy, took her to the doctor. Again, this is proving what we already know. Diddy is most certainly, without question or debate, guilty of domestic violence. And how this is kind of going to be weaved into like the racketeering and the sex trafficking, I'm assuming we're going to get that over the next 8 weeks. But Diddy has some karma coming to him. And this right here is the stuff we know about. Just think about all the other stuff. I mean, I've thought for years Diddy had karma coming to him just because of how he treated his artists. And I'm just talking about bad record deals. I just taking all their money and them not being able to work. So I've thought Diddy deserved some karma to come, bad karma to come his way a long time, independent of the rumblings we would hear about him and women before it blew up to what we know now. So I don't see him getting out of this trial with like free, like just not guilty on everything. I don't see that happening. So let's see if we have another update from inside the courtroom. Yes, we do. Okay, so we left off with Cassie identifying a picture of herself where she was going to a music festival in Canada run by Drake. She said Sean came to her home and tried to attack her. She said he threw her into the bed frame. The lawyer asked her, what was this? Again, they're looking at a photo. Cassie said, it's a photo of my eye afterward. And they asked her, who took you to the doctor? And she said, D-Rock. D-Rock is the head of Diddy Security. So now the update we're getting from inside the courtroom. The lawyer asked, did you send this photo to Sean? Cassie replied, yes. And I wrote, so you can remember, I wanted him to be sorry about it at least. The lawyer asked, in this photo, where were you? Cassie replied, in the green room in Toronto. I put my hair over my eye. Then we went to the Hamptons. Wow. So he messed her eye up when he beat her up in Canada and threw her into the bed frame. She sent him a picture of it, and she wrote on the picture, so you can remember. She said, I wanted him to be sorry about it at least. And then the lawyer asked her, in this photo, where were you? She said, in the green room in Toronto. I put my hair over my eye. Then we went to the Hamptons. And, if the, okay, wait, we have another update from inside the courtroom. Cassie said, Sean wanted to have a freak off in the Hamptons. We got a hotel and an escort. The lawyer said or asked, which one? Cassie replied, Dave. I took GHB. I went into a G hole and blacked out. I woke up nude in the shower. Dave and Sean were freaking out. I bugged out. It wasn't pretty. Hmm. So I don't know. I wonder, did they think she had like overdosed or something, or because they were freaking out when she black? That's interesting because out of everything she shared thus far, there's never been any strong reaction from Diddy. It's definitely on a level of freaking out for something going on with her, like something might be wrong with her. So, but anyway, let me not read too much into it. But again, just to recap the latest update we got from inside the courtroom. Cassie says Sean wanted to have a freak off in the Hamptons. We got a hotel and an escort. Can you imagine where that's the status quo? Where you go, you go to the hotel, if you've already checked in or you check in, you get, your room key or whatever it is, the process there at the counter when you first come in, and you don't check in just with your luggage or your overnight bag. You check in also with a human being. You check in with an escort. Okay, we got a hotel and an escort. Wow. So the attorney asked which one, and Cassie said the escort was named Dave. Again, I'm kind of, my mind is kind of blown by how she remembers these guys' names for the most part. She said, Dave, I took GHB. I went into a G hole and blacked out. I woke up nude in the shower. Dave and Sean were freaking out. I bugged out. It wasn't pretty. So I'm thinking, what, did y'all think she was dead or what? Freaking out. Okay. So let's see if we got another update. And we do. So the attorney asked, okay, her last day, I bugged out. It wasn't pretty. The attorney asked, then what? Cassie said, I spoke to a friend of Sean's, and then we had a freak off. Okay, let me keep reading. The attorney said, or asks, what's this? Cassie says, my eyebrow healed up a little bit a week later. I have a permanent scar on my eyebrow. The attorney said or asks, what's this? And Cassie replies, me at the Cons Festival. So after the incident where she took GHB and blacked out, and she said she woke up nude in the shower, and that the escort, Dave and Sean, were freaking out. And she said she bugged out. It wasn't pretty. And the lawyer said, okay, then what happened after that? She said, well, I spoke to one of Sean's friends and then we had a freak off. So I guess the party doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. Somebody blacked out, woke up nude in the shower. The Dave, the escort, and Sean were freaking out. She bugged out. It wasn't pretty. This is what Cassie's saying. And then after that, she said they had the freak off. Okay. Okay, so the lawyer asked, what happened at Cons? And I know I'm not saying that appropriately, but what happened at Cons? And Cassie replied, Sean accused me of taking drugs from his boat. He threw me off, but my passport was still on the boat. The lawyer asked, and you were on the red carpet that same night? Cassie replied, yes. The lawyer asked, did you attend the movie? Cassie replied, yes. Now, if this isn't, before I add a little commentary there, let me just make sure there's no other update. Okay, that's the most recent update being provided to us by Inner City Press on X. Check him out. He's doing a great job keeping us all in the know, and he's doing this free of charge. So I want to make sure I continue to give recognition and appreciation to Inner City Press. So this is another good example of you can never judge a book by its cover. You can never look at social media or even just regular media and look at somebody's life and assume that, man, they have a fabulous life. You can never look at their
Good
life and
afternoon.
just
I'm
say,
Anjanette
man,
Levy, and you are watching our
if
live lunch
only
show
that were
Q&A
me.
here on Law and
Because you
Crime. We
don't
are
ever
covering the
really
federal
know
sex
what's
trafficking trial
going
of
on
Sean
in
Diddy
people's
Combs. He is on
lives.
trial in
I'll share
the
this
federal
with you, and it's just
courthouse
me and
in
my
Lower
perception
Manhattan.
of
That
an
trial is
entertainer.
underway right now.
I
And now,
remember,
for a second day,
and it
we'll be
hasn't
hearing
been
from
recently. It
Cassie
hasn't been. This is
Ventura.
about
Of course,
Beyonce. It
cameras
hasn't
are
been
not
like
allowed in the courthouse in
not
Lower
since
Manhattan.
Cowboy
It's
Carter,
federal
and this
court,
didn't
and that's
happen. I
just the
think this
way it
happened
goes.
pre-Renaissance.
But she is still on direct
But she was
examination. And Cassie
somewhere on
Ventura is
something.
really the star
And I
witness
just
in the
looked into
government's
her
case.
eyes. And when I
She
tell
was
you,
a longtime
I looked
girlfriend of
into that
Sean Diddy
woman's eyes
Combs.
and I
She
felt
filed an
like
explosive
just like
lawsuit back
a
in November
red
of
flag. It just,
2023, accusing
she
him
looked
of a
so
number of
empty
sex
in
crimes,
her
emotional
eyes. Her
and
eyes looked
physical
so empty
abuse.
while she
And
was
that
smiling
led
for the
to this
camera.
massive federal
And I
investigation.
actually
He
prayed
is
for
now
her,
facing
and this is
racketeering
a woman,
charges, sex trafficking
how many people
charges,
probably
and
look at her and
charges that
JC
include
and think,
transporting
oh,
sex
they have
workers for
everything in the world you
prostitution
can
and possibly
imagine, the
transporting Cassie
fame, the
Ventura
money, the
to
aesthetics.
engage in
I
some
mean,
type of
everything you could
prostitution as well.
imagine
So
they
there are other
have.
victims
Oh,
in
the
this case,
fabulous
but right
life.
now
What do
Cassie
they have to
Ventura is on
complain
the
about,
stand
worry
again
about? Of
for
course,
a
they got
second
to be
full
happy.
day,
They
and
got to
she
be
is on
whatever.
direct
And
examination.
all those
And
trappings
today
don't
they've
mean you're
really been
happy. But
focusing on
that's a part of,
what
when
happened
you're that
back in
kind of
March
famous and
2016.
rich,
You've now seen that video, that
beautiful.
horrific video of
Beyonce,
Cassie
not Jay-Z.
Ventura, where
Um,
she was followed out of that
People tend to
hotel
think you
room by
don't have
Sean Diddy
problems.
Combs.
And
As
I
she
think
says,
people
she
like
tried
that
to
are
leave one of
probably
those freak
more
offs. It was a
isolated
days-long sex
than
party that
those of us
Sean
who
Combs would
don't
organize with
have that
male sex
lifestyle.
workers
Because
and Cassie
where do you
Ventura.
go
They would
with
take
your
drugs, and
problems?
she says that Sean Combs
Whatever
would
your
direct
problems
the
might be,
sexual
even if you are
activities
living in
between
luxury
her
houses and all of
and
that,
these sex workers.
when you have
So
so
she
much
was
of the
trying to leave
world
that
whose
event,
response back to
and
you is,
he
you can't be
dragged
having
her back
those
to the
problems.
room.
You're
He hit
Beyonce. Why
her.
would you
He
be having
stomped
those
on her.
problems?
It's
Right?
very
But I can just
graphic. It's
remember the
very
void I
disturbing.
saw in her eyes, and I
What
literally
Cassie
prayed for her
Ventura
because I
talks
said
about
something's
in her
going on with her, something's
testimony
not
is
right, because I
incredibly
see
graphic
emptiness in
and
her
incredibly
eyes.
disturbing.
And it just
We
makes
are
me
going to
think about when
discuss
we
it, and we'll
read this
do it as
update from the
sensitively
court,
as we can because we know
with Cassie
how
just talking
difficult this
about
is for her and for the people watching
how
this
all
coverage.
this was going
So I'm going to bring
on.
in some
Sean
people
accused
who have been
her of
following this case
taking
very
drugs off his
closely.
boat. He threw her
Bradford
off.
Coleman is a
Her
criminal defense
passport was
attorney,
still
and
on
he
the
has
board
represented
boat.
a
She had
number of
took a lot
rappers
of
and other
drugs
people
and
in the
passed out in
entertainment
the
industry. Ella
shower.
Pearson is
And
a former
when she
prosecutor,
woke up
and
in the
Tyler
shower
Bailey
nude,
is a criminal
and
defense attorney
Sean
in
was
South
freaking out.
Carolina.
The escort Dave
Everybody,
was
all
freaking
of them
out.
have been
She was
following this
bugging
case
out.
closely, as I
Right
mentioned. So we
after
will be
all of
taking
that,
your
they still
questions
had to
too.
freak
So
off. And
please
then
drop
she's getting
them in
ready to
our
go to the
YouTube
Cannes
chat.
Film
We will get to
Festival,
as
and
many
she's
of them
walking the
as we
red
can over the
carpet,
next couple of
her and
hours.
Sean, and they're
And Law and Crime's
smiling and they
Elizabeth Milner,
attended
she
the
is in
movie
that
like
courthouse in
nothing
Lower
was
Manhattan. She
wrong.
will
So
be joining us here in just a bit
all
to
we
update us
saw
on everything that's been
is
going
them
on
at
in the
this
courtroom
festival.
so far. So, Bradford, I'll
I'm
start with
sure
you this
looking
morning.
fabulous,
How powerful do you think it
rich and
is
famous,
for the
right?
jury to hear from Cassie Ventura?
And little did you know that all this crap was going
Right.
on. They can keep that. So let me check and see if we have any other update from the court. I'm really surprised that they haven't taken a break for lunch at this point. Okay, yes, we do have another update from inside the courtroom. Go back just one second. Okay, so the attorney asks, how did you get back to New York? Cassie said, on a commercial flight. I traded my seat to get away, but he traded to get next to me. Wow. The lawyer asked, what did he show you? Cassie replied, freak off videos. He played them for me on one of his laptops. He said he released them. Wow. Wow. So she came back on a commercial flight. It surprised me. I didn't even think Diddy would get on commercial flights. But she got on a commercial flight, traded her seat to get away from him. But he traded his seat so that he could get next to her. And then on a plane, showed her freak off videos and reminded her, according to what Cassie's testifying to, that he said he would release them. Okay, let's see if we have any other update. Yes, we do have another update from inside the court. The lawyer asked her, "How did you feel?" Cassie replied, "Trapped." The lawyer asked, "When you landed in New York, what did you do?" Cassie said, "We went to a dinner. Then we wanted to have, no, I'm sorry. We went to a dinner. Then he wanted to have a freak off. So we had a freak off." God dog it. Is there no rest for the weary? I mean, I'm like, what?
Well, you gave us a lot to talk about there, and you raised a lot of really good points,
This
Bradford.
is
So,
this is
Melba, I'll move over
crazy.
to you.
So
Bradford's a
after
criminal defense
everything we
attorney.
just went
Melba,
over,
you were a prosecutor at one point in
including the
time.
freak off that
Bradford
took
brings up
place
a really
after
good
she
point
took all
there.
those drugs and woke
Cassie
up
Ventura is 8.5
naked
months
in the
pregnant,
shower to
so
the
she
escort and
could
Diddy
maybe
freaking
go into
out.
labor
I
at
guess
any
I'm
time.
thinking they thought she'd
But the government
overdose.
probably wanted to start off
So everything else
very
happened. I guess the
powerfully
back and forth
and very
between them.
strongly. This
She's
is
on the
their
plane
star
trying to
witness.
get a seat where she
So
doesn't
do
have to
you
sit
think
next to him.
it's not a good
He
idea that they
trades to
started
get
off
another
with
seat
Cassie
so that he can
Ventura? I mean,
sit by
Bradford
her.
thinks they maybe should have waited.
He then, on
Yeah,
the
so
plane,
I'm going
shows her
to
freak off
politely
videos,
disagree with Bradford.
according to Cassie,
I believe it's
and
very
lets her
unethical
know
for you
that
to
he
do so.
will
So I've
release them.
tried a ton of homicide trials, and
Threatens her
again, you have
with
to make sure that
potentially
you're capturing the
releasing
jury's attention.
these
And this
explicit
is somebody
videos.
that the jury's been waiting for.
So they
So
get
let's just
home
give the people what they
to New
want. They
York.
want to hear from
They
Cassie,
go to
and her
dinner,
testimony is actually
and then
going
he
to
wanted
set
to
the
have another
stage
freak
for a
off.
lot of what's going to come
So
afterwards.
she
Because
said, "So we
again,
had a freak off."
as rightfully stated, she is
And
the
the
star
attorney
witness,
asked,
and
"Well,
everything
why
else
did
that
you
comes
do it?"
after that, in terms of the video, in terms of
And she
any other
said, "To
evidence,
make
still
him not
somehow
threaten
centers
me."
around her. Even what happened
Now I'm gonna
with
tell you,
the administrative
this
assistant,
man
I
is
believe
threatening this
her
girl in
she's
all
going under the
kinds of
pseudonym
ways,
of
including
Mia.
like physically beating
You know,
her.
anything that she has to say is also going to be
But
likely
to have this
corroborating
footage, and
everything
from
that
what she
Cassie said.
testified
So
to
when you
earlier,
start off with Cassie and then you
a lot
have
of
all
times
of
when
these
he
other
was filming,
witnesses and all of this
he
other
wasn't in the
evidence
scenes.
corroborating
He
everything
wasn't
she
filming.
says,
Of course, he
then the
can't film
prosecution
himself
can
in the
come back
scene.
in the end and
But there
argue, well,
wasn't.
listen,
It
you know, we
wasn't. It
started off
hasn't
with
been
Cassie and
described,
this is how we proved her
at
case.
least,
Boom, boom,
as
boom.
if there's a
So
video
you
set
start
up
strong and you end strong, and you
and
bury the folks in the middle, and
Sean
that may not
and
add
Cassie
as
and
much to the
Escort
case
are
as you
all in
would
the
like.
scenes. They probably, Lord
And
knows, with
let's keep
everything
in
they were
mind
doing, they
too
probably
that Cassie
do
Ventura
have
was
footage
with
like
Sean
that. But I'm
Returns the
sure, of
longest out of
course, he was
all of the
threatening
women
her with footage
who
that didn't
will
include
be
him.
named as victims
So
in
of
this case,
course he
because
was
she was with
threatening
him
her with
for
releasing
years and
footage
years.
that
So this was
included
a
her and the
long-term
escort.
relationship. I want to turn to Tyler now.
So
Tyler,
that's
you're
a
a
that's
criminal
a
defense
different
attorney,
kind of
just like
threatening right
Bradford.
there, because
We're talking about
with who he
female
is
attorneys, either Tanya
and the fame
Garrigus
that he
or
has and
Nicole
all of the
Westmoreland, who
connections
is
that
the
he
newest
has
member
and
of
the
the team. She works with
media
Brian Field, I believe,
outlets and
down in
everything that
Atlanta.
he's connected
One
to,
of those two women will
he
be
could have very
cross-examining
well have
Cassie
done that.
Ventura. They're going to have to be very
He very
careful
well could
in
have
how
done
they
that.
approach her, but at the same
He could
time,
have put that out there
they kind of have to be very
easily.
aggressive too, because she
He is
is
so,
the government's star witness. So
I don't even know
how
the
do you
word to
see
use to
this
describe
going?
Diddy
Because
at this
they are
point,
going to
but he is
say that
so
she was
um
involved in this, that she was a willing participant, this
deplorable
was consensual, and they're going to
that
bring up
he
the civil
probably
suit, I would
wishes
assume, or
now that
cross
he had
examination,
done
and
it.
say that she
He
wanted money out
probably
of
wishes
this.
now, because of the situation that
Well,
he's in,
they're going to walk a
that he
real fine
had
line when they cross-examine
released
Ms.
the
Ventura.
video
Like we all know,
and
she's
just
eight
said,
months
"Look at what
pregnant right
she's out
now,
here
and
doing.
she's a woman.
I
She's going
didn't
to be
know she was
likely
into
a
this.
woman who's going to
Y'all
cross-examine her.
please pray
But
for
they
me and
start
pray
off
for
too
my
aggressive.
family.
They have
And we're
a
gonna try to make
prerequisite
sure that
pregnancy
Cassie gets some help."
fairly early in the case. There are
He
other victims out
probably
there that
wishes
will walk a
now
real
that
tight
he
line and
had
make sure they
exposed
score
some
as
of
many
those
points as they
videos
can, but
and
also
that
make sure
he
they don't turn it
controlled
off
the
too early
narrative.
by being
If he
overly
had the
aggressive
foresight
and not being
to
considerate
see
of
that he would
everything
be
that
where
Ms.
he is
Ventura has
today.
gone through. I think
He's
the
that
optics of
disgusted
her being
that he
pregnant
most
goes into
definitely
favor of
would
the
have done that.
prosecution.
If
Just
if
naturally,
he
as a
had the
society, we
foresight to
like to
see
protect women, especially pregnant
that
women.
he was going
So
to
there
be
could
where
be some
he is
nerves
today,
to get turned off very early
he would
versus
have
if the
done that.
defense comes off
So let's just see if we have
too strong early in the case.
any other update.
Most definitely. I
Um,
mean, it may not even be something the jurors really
okay,
think
there is
about,
another
but the
update from inside the
pregnancy
court.
may have an impact on them. We're
Um,
going to take your questions now, but just an
Again,
update from the
Cassie
court.
saying when the lawyer asked
The
her why did
assistant
she
U.S.
do the
attorney
freak off,
asked Cassie Ventura
when they got
about
back
the
in New
freak
York,
offs
and
and
she
other
said to make
things.
him not threaten me.
How did you
The
feel?
lawyer
Ventura
said,
responded, trapped.
let's
The
read
assistant
these
U.S. attorney then
from
asked,
June June
when you get to
13th,
New York, what did you do?
2013.
And Ventura
Had
response is,
Sean
we
been
went to
violent
dinner,
with
then he
you
wanted to have
before
a freak
this?
off, so we had a freak off.
Cassie
The
replies,
assistant U.S.
yes.
attorney then
The
asked the
lawyer
same question,
asks,
why did you do it?
had
And
you
Ventura
told him
said,
before
to make
you
him
didn't
not
want to
threaten
do
me.
freak
And
offs?
that's a key part of this
Cassie
case.
replies,
A key part
yes.
of the sex
The lawyer
trafficking
asks,
statute
you
in this
said you
case
needed
is coercion.
GHB.
That's part of the language in this
Cassie
statute.
replies, yes.
So let's get to your
And
questions
that two
now. Our
escorts,
first question is from Zoe
not available.
Lefebvre.
I
Did
don't know what
Diddy
the
fulfill all his
reporter
contracts
inside
with
the
other music
courtroom
artists? It seems he
meant to say
wasn't
there.
interested in that, and
But
Cassie was
her response to
saying
you said that you needed
fugitives.
GHB
Bradford,
was
do you
yes,
know
and that
about
two
that, about
escorts
whether
not
or not
available. So I'm
Sean
not really
Combs
sure how
fulfilled
that
the music
last
contracts with all of these other
part
artists,
is
and whether
connecting to
Cassie was
the
simply staying
yes.
with him to finish her contract.
I don't know for sure. My guess is
Okay, so while we're waiting
sued to get out of their
to see for our next update, people in the comments are responding to what's going on. Someone said, so Sean couldn't get off unless she was having sex with someone else? Imagine every time he was horny, she had to have sex with someone else while he pleased himself. Someone else said, this is really hard to read based on the fact it's all so bad, but I just went to dinner and then just had another freak off. This person says, she should say, I was so trapped as Justin Bieber was drugged and raped underage by him. So many celebrities. Okay, she's putting it on, and she says, okay. Another comment said, is he ever capable of normal intercourse? Is Diddy ever capable of normal intercourse? A question someone in the comments asked. And it's a good question. And I would say, based on all we're hearing, absolutely not. He is not capable. I don't even know if therapy would help this dude. But yeah, let's consider this question that somebody left in the comments a rhetorical question, because the question was, is Diddy ever capable of normal intercourse? Absolutely not. Someone else put in the comments, this far in life, come on, clearly she had no choice. Someone else in the comments said, if the jurors don't convict him for any of the charges, at least convict him indirectly for being a sick psychopath.
Yeah, and that's
and you know that might be why they convict him. And you know the guilty will go down on the charges that he's being charged with, but you know, human to human. The reason behind that, if they never prove racketeering, or if they never prove sex trafficking, because like I've said multiple times, they've already proven domestic violence. Diddy's team at the beginning of the trial basically owned that, said they're not shying away from the fact that those things were done and they were horrible. But they have been trying to say, yes, he is guilty of doing those things, but what that is not is sex trafficking or racketeering. So that's what they're trying to, parse that out for people. But as a human on the jury seeing all this, this jury could very well indirectly say, hey, he's guilty. He's a psychopath. Excuse me. He's a deplorable, despicable, horrible, disgusting person. And I vote guilty. It may not be about what the prosecution proved as it relates to racketeering and sex trafficking, because they told this jury now, especially with Cassie on the stand, and just think there are other, at least two other women for sure, that's going to take the stand and talk about their experiences. So, yeah, so it's going to be a lot. Hold on while I switch my screen for one moment with y'all.
I think this is going to be,
because I think they might actually be on a lunch break right now, but I have to go back and check. So I'm just going to share with y'all the screen that I'm actually on X, while we figure out what's going on. Okay, so here's where I was just in some of the comments uh, from people who are following Inner City Press. Okay, so let's see if we have any other update. Okay, so we do have an update here. Okay, so Cassie says, let's pick up where we left off. He said, you said you needed GHB. And Cassie said yes, and that 2 escorts not available. That's the part where I wasn't connecting on exactly. I think the person, Inner City Press, may have wrote that in a way that wasn't intended. Okay, so Cassie says, I wrote only Paul available or Jake the white guy. Okay, all right. All right, let me go back. So I'm trying to read this and connect it back to the part above it that didn't make sense. All right, so Cassie says, I wrote only Paul available or Jake the white guy, but he can't do until 11 o'clock. The other guy can do earlier. It's just one more person knowing our secret. The lawyer asks, what did you mean? Cassie said, the freak offs. The lawyer asks, what is SLS? Cassie replies, a hotel in Hollywood. So he definitely had Cassie responsible for like getting the escorts, calling around, and all of that. So here's another update. The lawyer said, when would you take Valium before a freak off? And Cassie replies, when I had anxiety. Sean's driver was bringing me the Valium. It was Raheem, I think. Cassie is naming names now. I'm gonna tell you one thing about it. Cassie is definitely naming names. And we'll probably see some of these people on the stand, but homegirl is definitely naming names. Okay. All right, let's see if we have any other update from there. All right, we don't see anything yet. So, like somebody here put in the comments, drop those names, girl. Somebody else, I think this person might even be a troll because I keep seeing the same comment over and over. Yeah. So, I'm thinking they may have stopped for lunch at this point. So I'm just continuing to check because what I plan on doing is I think while they're out to lunch, because I want the stream to maybe I'll stop the stream and just start it over after lunch is over. At first I was just gonna put up like an out lunch sign, but I think maybe I'll stop the stream and start part 2 when they get back from lunch. Because I'm assuming that might be what's happening right now. Let me just check. And no update at this point. Valium was what Brittany was on, and it fried her brain. Okay. Well, I would say Cassie's brain has not been fried. Other things might have been fried, because good Lord. But that might not even be the case either, because what is she's pregnant now? I think is this her 3rd child? So thank God that through all of that, whatever needed to stay intact and in a healthy way where she could still have her children, that was the case. So that's good for her. So again, the same guy saying this right here. Let's see, this person commented, she literally has admitted to setting everything up and doing drugs under her own free will. There's commentary out there where there are some people who definitely feel that way. There are some people who feel as if Cassie is not the innocent victim in this, that she was actually a co-conspirator, if you will, with Diddy. and all of the stuff that went down. Some of them used what this person in the comments said, that she was setting everything up. She was doing drugs on her own free will. She was actually, some people say, she was even going out and allegedly recruiting people to be a part of this. So, like I said, the commentary on this whole case is all over the place. The perceptions and perspectives are all over the place. So a lot of people feel a lot of things. All right. So let me just go back and see if we have any update from the courtroom at this point. Yeah. Okay. The jurors, according to the judge, you can take a lunch now. The judge says, Ms. Slavic, are there, excuse me, Ms. Slavic, are there still disagreements on the exhibits? The attorney said, yes, the defense wants the exhibit, excuse me, to be longer and about masturbation. Defense said they wanted to cut it off at looking at my iPad. Um, so this kind of goes back to earlier this morning before the jury was in the courtroom, where the prosecution was saying that they had not received all of the exhibits that they should have been that they should have had by now, according to them, and they are the exhibits that are attached to the cross the defense is going to do of Cassie. So they were complaining about that. And that's what the judge had advised for the defense to make sure they had to them, like by lunch. And, so I guess that's what she's trying to follow up on now, to say if y'all gotten that all squared away. And apparently they have not gotten all of that squared away. So what I am going to do now at this point, since the jurors have gone to lunch, I'm going to lunch too. Okay. And I think what I'll do is just, let's see, I need to, yeah. I think I'm going to keep the live stream going, but I'm gonna put up something to just indicate. Maybe I'll just put a note here. Jury. Okay. Jury on lunch break. All right. And I am going to tap out and I'm going to grab some lunch for myself. And I will be back once the jury returns. This is my longest live stream ever. This is 2 hours and 42 minutes. Y'all may not care about this, but I'm just going to say this because why not? I'm kind of glad I am doing this, because I feel like the more I do it, the more practice I'm getting in order to even get better at doing this. So for anybody, whether you tap in, tap out, you're listening now on a re-listen, not actually live, I just want to let you know I appreciate you. And I thank you for stopping by. No matter how long you stay with me, if you stay with me for a while, as long as you can, I appreciate you very much. Being with me and supporting me, and even, like I said, just stopping by my spot for a little bit. I appreciate it. As always, I want to encourage everyone, when you visit my channel, to please like the video. Please drop a comment. I engage with people in my comments, so please drop a comment. And if you're not a subscriber already, consider subscribing. I have a goal I'm trying to get to with my subscribers. So please, if you're not a subscriber, please consider subscribing to my channel. I would appreciate it. All right, so I'm gonna go on mute for now, and I will tap back in once the jury is back from lunch. I'm just talking, not realizing I'm on mute. So let's start over. The jury should be back in shortly. The judge and the lawyers are in the courtroom. They're taking care of some things before the jury returns and before Cassie returns. So I thought I'd just quickly go over what they were discussing um, in the interim. Again, without the jury and without Cassie. So, right after the jury went out for lunch, we see here where the judge asked Miss Slavic, who's on the prosecution side, are there still disagreements on the exhibits? And Mrs. Or let me just say, Attorney Slavic said, yes, the defense wants the exhibit to be longer and about masturbation. The defense said they wanted to cut it off at looking at my iPad. The defense said, we just heard this morning about videos on his devices, so this is relevant. Attorney for the prosecution said, we can agree to more, something less than the 10 pages. And now, Hecker Fink, for the witness known as Mia, he says, there is a jury instruction about victims. Hecker Fink, the lawyer for Mia, says Mia would have taken this to her grave. I don't know how to support her if we can't discuss her pain she went through. We will not put words in her mouth. Her nerves are through the roof. And the judge said, we are trying to prevent witnesses being counseled on how to testify, what to say or not to say or not say. Anything else? Okay. Would that be acceptable? Mia's lawyer says, I'm afraid she'll have a moment, lose it, then ask me, did I forget something? I worry. Now, I don't know if Mia is one of the witnesses that they thought was going to bow out of this whole thing. If she isn't, she definitely sounds, from what her attorney is saying, to be very, very fragile. Now, we don't know who this Mia person is. I don't know if she's fragile, if this is a person who's unstable for whatever reasons. But her lawyer is expressing a whole lot of concern about her getting on the stand and losing it. So then the counsel for Jane Doe says, I am worried that Jane Doe will not know what she can ask me. Okay. And the judge said, as long as you don't coach testimony. And then the counsel for Cassie said, I have nothing to add. Then the judge said to Miss Shapiro, we've spoken with each attorney. The lawyers on the prosecution side said they needed more time to print the binders. And the judge said, we'll break. So, pardon me, y'all. So all of that took place a few minutes ago, maybe even close to about 20 or 30 minutes ago. So let me check and see if anything is happening in the courtroom as far as an update. Not yet. So we are still waiting for the everything to get done. Whatever they're doing with these binders, we're waiting for that to be completed, and we're waiting for the jury and the witness to return to the courtroom. Let's see what we have here in the comments while we wait. So somebody said, for those who care, this is Jake from Cowboys and Angels. And the next is Ash from Cowboys and Angels, and also from the TV show Gigolos, very known in Las Vegas and ex of Tucci Kosh. Several documentaries are made about him. I think this is somebody who Cassie mentioned. Let me see if she has any more details. These escorts be looking. Ooh. And I don't mean that in a good way. Let's see what else she had up here. Okay. I think this is one that she said was mentioned by Cassie, who actually killed somebody and is in jail right now. Uh, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. Let's just see if there's any update. We're still waiting for them to return. Let's see this other comment down here. Person commented Meek Mill, Young Miami, and others, politicians, judges, and other celebs, gotta be nervous this morning knowing all the info the feds done recovered from Diddy. We all know humans can't keep secrets, so the game of telephone will get played with these feds, wives, and husbands. Yeah, if you're connected to anything related to Diddy, or you believe your name could be brought up in any of this, or you believe that there may be some kind of recording with you on it, and you are a politician, judge, celebrity, yeah, I imagine you're a bit nervous. You'll probably be nervous even after this trial is over, just because you know that material exists and somebody has it. All right. So I don't know what the prosecution is working on with these binders, but we're still waiting for them to get done with that. Let's see. Let's go back up and see what else somebody might have said in the comments. I'm gonna go back up to prior to lunch. Okay. So yeah, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, let me go back. All right, I might put you all back on the music while we wait for the jury to return. I thought they were actually closer since the judge and the lawyers were back in the courtroom, but since the prosecution is apparently still working on printing binders, they're not ready yet. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I am going to put you all back on a little chill music until they go. Okay, y'all, we had to wait for a while, but the jury is finally back in the courtroom. I think that was an extended delay because the lawyers were not done printing binders. So it took a while. So at 1:53 they were back. So let's see what is the latest and greatest we have from Inner City Press. This person right here. Well, I thought y'all were on the same screen I was on, but no. Okay. Um, Inner City Press is the person who's inside the courtroom who is providing this information to us. He's providing it free of charge. He's been there for all of the days, and I believe he will continue to be there. So just wanted to give him a shout out because he is doing a lot of work, making sure we're all in the loop with what's going on. And I just wanted to give Inner City Press a shout out. So the judge comes in, all rise. The judge states as to Exhibit 619, the objection to the defendant's proposal is overruled. Let's have Ms. Ventura back, then we'll bring in our jury. As to Exhibit 619, the objection of the defendant's proposal is overruled. I'm trying to recall what was maybe that was something they addressed in a sidebar. I'm not sure, but let's keep moving. So he said then let's have Ms. Ventura back in, then we'll bring in our jury. So the jury is entering, and the attorney Johnson, who is with prosecution again, all of these questions today are from the prosecution side. The defense has not started cross yet. So the lawyer asks Cassie, I have a binder for the court. The gallery will not be able to see these exhibits. Miss Ventura, I will show you some exhibits. 2A-404. Who is it? Cassie responds, she worked for Sean. Oh, Mia. This is the one. Mia's lawyer is very worried about Mia on the stand. I think she's the chef, if I'm not mistaken. So the attorney then says, we will call her Mia. When you gave your devices to the government, were they working? Cassie said, no, they were broken. The attorney says, put up 602-A for Ms. Ventura and the jury only. What's on your skin? And Cassie says, oil. Okay. So we have to wait a couple of seconds here for our next update to come from inside the courtroom. But Mia, who is now being mentioned, was discussed a lot when the jury was out of the courtroom this afternoon. Her lawyer has a lot of concerns about her. If I'm not mistaken, I think Mia is Diddy's chef, but her lawyers expressed a lot of concerns about her, saying that she would have rather have taken what she knows to her grave, and she's very nervous. And so he described her like he really feels as if she might get on stand and just get on the stand and just lose it. And so, the judge told him, as long as you're not coaching her, because you cannot coach her how to testify or what to say or what not to say. So I don't think Mia's probably going to come on the stand today, but the way they were talking about Mia, the way Mia's attorney was talking about her, it sounded as if this lady might be on the verge of some kind of a breakdown or just overwhelmed by all of this stress that's going on. So let's go back and see if we have an update from what Cassie just said. Okay. The attorney said we do have an update. The attorney said, or asked Cassie, when did Sean first hurt you physically? Cassie said it started in the first year. The lawyer asked, what staffer were present I must have been what Stafford was. What Stafford was present when Sean was physical with you? The defense said objection, physical is vague. The attorney then said punching, hitting. Okay, we're waiting for an update now. So Mia, who again, if I'm not mistaken, is the chef, she must have witnessed a lot of this. Pardon me. She must have witnessed a lot of this. And like I told you earlier, Mia's attorney said that she would have preferred to have taken what she knows to the grave. So let's see if we have any other update from inside the courtroom. Okay, we're still waiting. So they're asking Cassie right now, when did Sean first hurt you physically? And it, as she said, it happened in the first year. And it's interesting because there's so many people, including myself. We're speculating on the things we don't know, like what went on in this relationship, when did things start to go left. So if he started physically hurting her, hitting, punching her in the first year, it didn't take much time. So he had to very much so be on that. You know who I am. You know me. I have your career in my hands. What was the thought from her side? The speculation is the thought could have been she thought she was in love, maybe. Could have been she just knew this was a powerful, famous man who could make or break her as far as her career, something she really wanted. So she maybe tolerated it. For all we know, maybe it's a combination of both. Who knows? But if he started punching and hitting on her in the first year, he was still most likely even with Kim, still with Kim at that time. And yeah, so this he's like I said, they can keep giving us all the evidence in the world about the domestic violence thing because we're all in agreement. He definitely is guilty of domestic violence. And again, yeah, he's guilty of domestic violence. So the prosecution is just going to have to attach that to the charges he has against him. So let's see if we have any other update from inside of the courtroom at this time. Okay. Right now we still don't. We're waiting. And I can tell you in some of the comments after she said the first time he hit her it started in the first year and it was punching and hitting. Someone in the comments says, mention the names, Cassie. We are nosy and we want to look all these people up. Another person said, oh, Lord. Another person said maybe KK. KK is the nickname and what Cassie used to call Diddy's assistant, which is not Mia. Somebody else said Mia is Young Miami. No, Mia is not Young Miami. Although I see why they said that MIA. I see why they said that. Hopefully they said that tongue in cheek. Someone else said everything is so damn secretive in this trial. Another person said, I want to know who it is so bad. Another person, oh Lord, I'm not even going to read that. Okay, so let's go back up and see if we have anything more from inside the courtroom. Because they need to be rocking and rolling after they made us wait so long. Okay, no update yet from Inner City Press, so we're just waiting for him to post something to Twitter. So I would have thought it would have been a little bit more rapid fire, but yeah, more people just commenting on kind of being surprised that the domestic violence started in the first year. That means she was with him for 10 years. From what I understand, she met him when she was 19. And I believe he would have been, there's a 17-year difference between them. So he would have been in his 30s, but she was 19 when they met. He started beating her within the first year. So that means she was beaten and by this man. Because like I said, the domestic violence, for me, that's not up for debate. We know this man was committing domestic violence on this woman, okay? So whatever any people might think about the sex stuff and whether that was maybe some people are on the fence. Well, I'm sure some people are on the fence about whether that was consensual or not. Some people think it was consensual at one point and then it turned not consensual, but he then started doing things forcefully. Some people are of that mindset. Uh, but one thing that I just can't rock with anybody who denies the domestic violence after what we saw on that video. And Law and Crime TV posted a poll on their site. Over 8,000 people had voted. And I think the question they asked in that video is I forget the exact wording, but basically what they're asking is in that video, was Diddy guilty of domestic violence? And they worded it differently. 95% of the people said yes, and 5% of the people said no. So, like I said earlier, Diddy has his supporters, right? So, because I don't know how you get to know. I don't know how you get to that no that he wasn't being violent in that video. How do you get to know? All right, so let's check in and see if we have anything more from the court. And okay, just checking to see if Inner City Press has made any update. Somebody mentioned Lori Gibson, so I'm like, yeah, I'm sure Lori Gibson knows a lot of stuff. So no, we still don't have an update yet from Inner City Press. So, but yeah, I'm sure Lori Gibson knows a lot. And I'm curious if she would testify. Would she be testifying for the prosecution or would she be testifying for the defense? I'm not sure what is the status of her connection with Diddy. I'm not sure if they were still on friendly terms or was that another one of Diddy's relationships, even business relationships that were only beneficial to him and no one else. So I'm continuing to check to see if we get any update, but we haven't so far. The last question we had from the attorney that was posted by Inner City Press is that the attorney for the prosecution asked, when did Sean first hurt you physically? Cassie said it started in the first year. The attorney then said, what staffer was present when Sean was physical with you? And the defense objected, saying physical is vague. And then the attorney said punching, hitting. And now we're waiting for the next update. I'm sorry. Someone in the comments said, oh, this is good, as Mia had to be subpoenaed and did not want to testify. So that will give credibility, in my opinion. Mia, they said, is victim 4, a former employee who accused Diddy of coercing her into sex. Somebody in the comments said, why didn't they call Gene Deal if he claims to know so much? That is a good question. Gene Deal, we haven't, maybe he's going to show up somewhere, or maybe these people, prosecution probably thought Gene Deal has probably been doing too much on social media. And maybe they don't want to call him in. Maybe they felt on cross he wouldn't be able to stand up or he would get torn apart by cross. Maybe that's why, if they're not calling Gene Deal, they're not calling him. Someone else said, who could Mia be? Again, I think Mia is the chef who used to work for Diddy, who accused him of some things, who did not want to testify and had to be subpoenaed for this. And let's see. Okay, let's go back up and see if we have any update yet from inside the court. Still nothing. Yeah, we're still waiting to see exactly what's happening in the courtroom, but we don't have anything yet. I really wish this thing was televised. I really wish it was televised so we could see everything and we wouldn't have to wait. Although I appreciate what Inner City Press is doing for us, because it's not that way. They don't have cameras in these courtrooms, so we cannot literally in real time see what's going on. So This is the best we got. We're thankful for Inner City Press for providing the posts that they're providing. But man, it would be so good if we didn't have to, wait. Okay, we finally got an additional update from what's going on inside the court. Okay, so again, the lawyer left off by not being vague what he meant by Sean getting physical with Cassie. He said punching and hitting. The lawyer then said, when did Sean first use violence on you? Which seems like a repetitive question. Okay. But anyway, Cassie said, in New York City, we were in a car with his security and he knocked me around. Wow. Attorney said, what did he do? Cassie said, he hit me in the side of the head. I fell to the floor of his Escalade. Ooh. Let's see if there's another update following that. Okay, so no, we're waiting now to see if we get when we get the other update. But I'm just envisioning this 19-year-old who experiences this with Diddy, regardless of why anyone thinks why is she in this situation. Again, like I said, for all of this stuff, no matter what the thing, no matter the topic, there are different opinions, right? So there are folks who would say Cassie was 19 years old. She was young. She was gullible. She had no idea what she was getting into, and they stop it pretty much there. There are other people who will say she was 19 years old. Yes, but she knew who this man was. She knew what he could possibly do for her career. She also knew that he was actually publicly connected to someone else, Kim Porter, at the time, and that didn't stop her. Right. And I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know what was like Cassie's thoughts, opinions, her intention when she first got with Diddy, what she saw, what she was trying to leverage, what was she enamored by. I honestly feel whether she was feeling oh, he loves me and I love him. I don't know if that's what she was feeling. If she was, maybe she was, but if she was also feeling I'm enamored by the glitz and the fame and the fact that he's attracted to me and oh my, what he could do for my career. I do see that also as a possibility. Saying all of that to say, regardless of which one it was, none of it justifies her getting beaten, the physical violence, the emotional abuse, him hitting her in the car in the head and she fell to the floor in the Escalade. I don't care how she got into this. I don't care how she got into this. It doesn't matter to me. You don't get to do this. Okay. You should not, nobody should sanction this by saying if it's someone of the opinion that she knew what she was doing, she was willing to do anything in order to chase her dreams of fame and riches. And so she knew what she was getting herself into, even if that was somebody's opinion, which it isn't mine, right? It's not my opinion from the perspective that I don't care. If even if she was thinking that way, it doesn't justify her being beaten. And that's what I think sometimes when people make that point, because that point, maybe she did say, okay, this is a famous man that can make my career go where I needed to go in the music business. Let's say she did think that. That does not justify Diddy hitting her and beating her down. It just doesn't. And also the problem I have when people do have that point of view is if they connect that to, well, what does she expect? No, that to me, I flag on the play with that. It's too much. So let's see if we have another update from inside the courtroom. And yes, we do. Okay, so we left off with Cassie saying he hit me in the side of the head. I fell to the floor of his Escalade. The attorney then said, in January 2009, you attend an event in LA with Sean? Cassie said, yes. The attorney asked, what happened as you left? Cassie said, I'd been speaking to a producer about music. Sean called me a slut. I hit him in the face. I had been drinking. The attorney said, did you see any injuries? Cassie replied, no. So it's interesting that they're mentioning that. So I don't know if this is one of those situations where Diddy's side is going to say the violence was both ways. Because you remember before this trial kicked off this week with testimony, one of the arguments that we had heard Diddy's team was going to make as it relates to the domestic violence is that while our client owns the fact that he did these things like the domestic violence things, especially the one on videotape, the one he can't deny. While our client owns up to him having done those things, takes ownership, accountability, blah, 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 blah. It is also important, though, for you all to know that the violence was mutual. So, from what had been shared in the press, that was going to be one of the strategies of Diddy's defense team to say, yeah, he's guilty of domestic violence, but guess what? So is she. Okay. Even if you had a videotape of what Cassie just described that she hit him in the face, I don't think a lot of humans are going to compare that to what we saw in front of the elevator. I just don't think that's how a lot of people are going to think. But ultimately, it's up to the people on the jury to make a decision. So let's see if we have any update. Okay. So Cassie says again that I'd been speaking to a producer about music. Sean called me a slut. I hit him in the face. I had been drinking. The attorney said, did you see any injuries? Cassie said, no. Cassie said, I was on the floor of the car and he stomped on my face. The amount of times this man stomped on this girl's face. Wow. So the attorney asks, how long did this last? Cassie said 10 minutes. Then I tried to get away, but Sean's security brought me back. Oh my gosh. And the attorney said, who? And Cassie said, Roger Bonds. And the attorney asked, what did they tell me? He must have meant, what did they tell you? So the attorney asked, what did they tell you? And Cassie said to go to a hotel. Wow. That's damning. So I wonder what's going to happen with Roger Bonds. Is he a part of, when you think about the sex trafficking, is Roger Bonds going to come up on some charges? Because if he did what Cassie mentioned here, he definitely got his hands dirty. Again, Cassie said she had hit Diddy in the face. She had been drinking when he called her a slut. And she said she was on the floor of the car and he stomped on her face. The attorney said, how long did that last? Cassie said 10 minutes. Then I tried to get away, but Sean's security brought me back. They said, who we're talking about in security? She said, Roger Bonds. And then the attorney said, well, what did they tell you? And Cassie said to go to a hotel. Wow. Wow. Cassie went on to say, they snuck me into the hotel, covered up so no one could see my face. So no one could see my face. The attorney asked, how long were you at the London hotel? Cassie said, a week, a little more. An assistant brought me ice cream. Man, these people are diabolical. Do you hear me? These people are diabolical. The attorney asked, what was the assistant's name? Cassie said, Genevieve. Wow. Wow. This is a lot. This is a lot. Let's see if we have another update from inside. Okay, no additional comment at the moment. Wow, that was heavy though. That was heavy. So again, We're waiting on the next update from inside the court. But what we just went over is that Diddy, on another incident, called Cassie a slut. She hit him in the face. She said she had been drinking. She said she didn't see any injuries on him. She said that she was on the floor of the car and he stomped on her face. The lawyer asked, how long did that last? She said 10 minutes. Then I tried to get away, but Sean's security brought me back. Who? Asked the attorney. And Cassie said, Roger Bonds. So the attorney said, what did they tell you? And Cassie said to go to a hotel. Cassie said, they snuck me into the hotel covered up so no one could see my face. The attorney said, how long were you at the London hotel? Cassie said, a week, a little more. An assistant brought me ice cream. If I was Cassie, I'd hate ice cream to this day. She said, an assistant brought me ice cream. The lawyer asked, what was the assistant's name? And Cassie said, Genevieve. This is, in the comments, some people are saying on the name dropping, I'm living. Someone else said the same security doing interviews on TikTok. The audacity. That is wild. If you are, and that name sounds familiar. So this Roger Bonds doing interviews on TikTok. He's probably one of those been on TikTok, maybe been on Vlad, who was talking about everything he knows about Diddy. Now, if you're Roger Bonds, who when Cassie was trying to get away, you went and brought her back, I hope they arrest your ass. That's what I hope. I hope they arrest you for doing that. Okay, so let's see if we have any other update from inside the courtroom. Okay, yes, we do. Okay, so after they asked her, when she said she was at the hotel for a week, they ushered her into the hotel, had her covered up so nobody could see her face. She was there for a little over a week, and she said an assistant brought her ice cream, and that assistant name was Genevieve. The attorney asked, did you feel you could leave the London hotel? Cassie said, no. I understood his capability, his access to guns, the threats he made. And I believe Cassie on this 100%. If you got people, when I try to escape, they're literally, bringing me back to you. And I've seen you also run out and go call yourself, you and somebody else confront Suge Knight with guns, or supposedly that's what you were going to do. I don't know if you actually, if they actually did that, because I don't think Suge Knight was anybody to play with. So I believe her. So she said, again, the attorney said, did you feel you could leave the London hotel? Cassie said, no. I understood his capability, his access to guns, the threats he made. The attorney said, when you were taken to the hotel after the attorney said, were you taken to the hotel after the assault? And Cassie said, no, when you were taken to the hotel after the assault. And Cassie said, no, I don't know. I think the reporter may have typed something there that maybe not what he intended. Okay, so the lawyer then asked Cassie, did you know that this assault incident was reported? Cassie said, I know there was a blind item on the internet without our names. The attorney said, who raised the blind item to you? Cassie said, my mother. Defense objected. The attorney said, not for the truth, and the judge overruled the objection. So somebody reported the incident, that assault was reported, and she said she knew it was a blind item on the internet without their names, and who raised. Now, I'm questioning who was this reported to? Was this just reported to page 6? Was this actually reported to the police? And if it was actually reported to the police, what happened? Was it investigated? Well, what happened? Um, so someone in the comments said, so we hear her mother knew. Someone else said the jury will not know what a blind item is. Perhaps. Someone else said, wait, reported. Who reported it? These are the questions I had. Are we talking about an article, not a police report, of course? Bet one of his staff or hotel staff is probably staff. Um, Someone else in the comments said, blind item must have been on Lipstick Alley. That was popping back in the days before there was a shade room. Okay. Someone said, so the blind items are all true. Got it. Okay, y'all, come on. Someone else, that sounds like a Diddy supporter. Someone else said, I have no idea what the grounds were for this objection. While her mother, what about her father? Her mother knew about this. Earlier in the commentary, I said, how hard it must be for the parents to be hearing what's being talked about in the courtroom right now. So apparently her mother was aware. I think her mother, clearly from what Cassie said, was aware of the domestic violence. I'm not sure unless Cassie told her that her mother was aware of what is coming out in this trial from Cassie's own mouth, far as what she was subjected to. Because it got really, really bad this morning. The things she was talking about and UTIs and sores in her mouth. And yeah, it got bad. Okay, so we have another update from inside the court. So they said again, who raised the blind item to you? Cassie said, my mother. Defense objected. The lawyer said, not for the truth. The judge overruled the objection. Then Cassie said, this was before FaceTime was very popular, so I could hide myself. She asked me if it was me. Wow. The lawyer asked, what did you say? Cassie said, no, I did not want my mother to know something of that magnitude and be in danger. Wow. So she was concerned not only for herself being in danger, but if she told her mom about what was going on with her and Sean, she thought her mother would be in danger, which I think is valid because she's seen Sean do a lot of things. Of course, we go back to the violence he's shown her, but also blowing up Kid Cudi's car allegedly. She's probably seen him do God knows whatever else. So she didn't want to put her mother in danger by confirming. But her mother asked her, was that you that was reported in this article? Because they didn't name names about this violence. And clearly, I think the mother had to know. So even when she told her no, her mother probably still felt like, you know. So let's see if we have any other update from inside the court. And yes, we do. Okay, so again, Cassie said no, she didn't. When her mother asked if it was her in the report, Cassie said no, I did not want my mother to know something of that magnitude and be in danger. The attorney then asked, when you went to a party with your girlfriends, what happened? Cassie said, I saw executives from BNT. Then I heard that Sean was there. The lawyer asked, what did you do? Cassie said, I left. I ran out as fast as I could. The lawyer asked why. Cassie said, I thought he was angry. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is you know, the more we hear, especially all that we heard this morning, how I left day one, like, okay, you guys have proven over and over and over and over and over and over and over again that this man is guilty of domestic violence. You got to attach it to the other things, the crimes he's actually charged with. But I tell you what, the more that Cassie is sharing on the stand, and keep in mind, we still have two other women we know are going to take the stand, Mia, and then also Jane. I think it's one of the Jane Does. Um, Diddy's not going home. I mean, I know you can never predict the jury. You can never predict the jury, what a jury might do. I'll just say, if the jury finds Diddy not guilty on all charges, this will be another shocker to me. It might be just as much of a shocker to me as when Casey Anthony got found not guilty, because that one, I still, all these years later, I still find that one hard to believe. All right, so let's see if we have any update. Uh, okay, right now, no, we're still waiting on an update from inside the court. So, there are people too who are coming on online and are telling us about the emotional part that we can't get from text messages or posts on Twitter. There are people who are coming online and telling us about, whether Cassie is crying. And somebody reported earlier today, when she was asked about one of the escorts, I think it was Jules was the name of the escort, and the attorney asked her, "Did you ever want to sleep with Jules? Like just sleep with him, on your own, like ever?" And she laughed and she said no. And I'm like, Cassie, don't be laughing, because honey, I don't know how people gonna take your laughing, so I suggest you don't laugh, okay? And then there were other people in the comments who were wondering the same thing. Again, a lot of us are wondering this. First, when we hear laughing after that testimony we heard this morning, that doesn't fit in what we've been reading. But we're not in the courtroom, so we don't know if it was like a nervous laughter. We couldn't see our body language or whatever, so it may have came across totally different to the jury. We don't know, because we don't get the visual or the tone and all of that type of thing. But it was just kind of striking to hear that she laughed when she answered that question, because that testimony she gave this morning was no laughing matter at all. Okay. So let me go back and check and see if we have another update from inside the courtroom. Um, okay, no, it's still showing the last update, which is they were asking her about what happened when she went to a party with her girlfriends. And she was telling them about, she saw executives from BET. Then she heard that Sean was there. And the lawyer asked her, "What did you do?" She said, "I left. I ran out as fast as I could." And the attorney asked, "Well, why did you do that?" And she said, "Because I thought he was angry." This does make me feel, though. Okay, let me stop here, because we do have another update from inside the court. The lawyer asked, "Did he come to the hotel where you were staying?" Cassie said, "Yes, he beat me up and he called me names. My face was bruised." The lawyer said, "This photo, who is it?" Cassie responded, "Scott Mescudi, known as Kid Cudi. We dated in 2011. The attorney said, "Did Sean find out?" Cassie said, "Yes, in my phone." Now, Kid Cudi is the one where Diddy threatened to blow up his car, and his car was blown up in his driveway. Kid Cudi's car was blown up in his driveway. And Kid Cudi, from other articles I've read, makes no mistake about it when he says that Diddy blew up his car. So now Kid Cudi's name is finally showing up officially in this trial, right? So this is Diddy is not coming home. Okay, he is not. I don't see no way in hell that this man is going to be found not guilty. He's going to be found guilty of something. I don't see him coming up out of there. Okay. And when cross happens, we'll see what the tone is then, because again, this is all the prosecution still at this point. But so in the comments, somebody said Cassie was trapped. She couldn't leave. Anytime she tried to date someone else, he'd attack her or the person she was trying to date. She endured hell. Someone else said, "Uh-oh, Kid Cudi, car bombing, coming up at 5, 4, 3." Someone else said, "Oh, we're getting the Kid Cudi now." Yes, we are getting the Kid Cudi now. And other people, a couple of people just put in OMG, OMG, OMG. So let's go back and see if we have another update. Okay, so we're still on the part where we were with her just acknowledging that Diddy was upset about Kid Cudi. He came to her hotel. Did he come to your hotel where you were staying? She said, yes, he beat me up and called me names. This is wow. This is wow. And then, it's almost like we're reading something that we know. We already know that, he was violent with her and stuff. But just hearing her talk about incident by incident by incident, it still just leaves you feeling some kind of way. It's like I almost feel like, and I wonder if other people feel like it, especially people like me who are in the weeds of literally what's happening blow by blow. It's like you can feel the weight of it, you know. So again, she said he found out about Kid Cudi by going through her phone. Um, so okay, we do have another update from inside the court. She said Sean went through my phone during a freak out. He found an email. The lawyer asked about what? Cassie said, taking my toiletry bag to Scott's the next day. Sean put and that Scott is Kid Cudi, bag to Scott's the next day. Sean put a wine opener in his hand and threatened me. I called Scott on a burner phone. The lawyer asked, where did you go? Wow. 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 Mm, 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 mm. She said Sean put a wine opener in his hand and threatened her. Now, I really, really wonder, while his children are sitting there hearing this, what are they thinking? I really wonder, what are they thinking? Are they delusional about their dad? And they're like, she's lying. My dad would never. Are they like that? Or are they there fighting to keep the mask on so that they can keep playing the role of supportive child while they're having their own thoughts of disgust? I wonder if Kim's children, are they considering at all what their mother had to experience and have gone through with this man? Because there were some stories about her and Diddy prior to all of this mess. They weren't like this, but there were definitely stories on him cheating, and they know that's true because, again, like I shared with you all earlier, the sister Chance, who's like their same age, it's the twins and Chance, they're the same age. Diddy was with Kim Porter at that time, and he got this other lady pregnant, and these kids all were born around the same time. So, but his mother wrote about, I think in essence, even about, why the relationship didn't work and, the problems with it and basically how she had to reclaim herself. I know they've had to hear the rumors about people speculating that he did something to her. Maybe it's just something that they don't accept, but I don't know. This is one of those things where you really wonder, what are those kids thinking? What are those kids thinking? Quincy, he's there. He takes Diddy as his dad, but he's biologically not his dad. He's the oldest of Kim's children. How is he feeling in this moment? I just cannot imagine how they are processing this at all. So let's see if we have any update from inside the court. And we do. Okay. So we left off with Cassie telling us about Diddy putting a wine opener in his hand and threatening her. He called Kid Cudi on a burner phone. Oh no, she said she called Kid Cudi on a burner phone. The attorney asked her, where did she go? She said she went to Kid Cudi's house. She said, then I talked with Capricorn Clark, one of Sean's assistants. Man, these assistants, they need to round all these assistants up. Round them up. Okay. The attorney asked, then what? Cassie said, I went to the house Sean was staying at. He told me he would release videos and hurt Scott and I. The attorney said, what videos? And Cassie said, the freak off videos of me. This is bad. This is so bad. I mean, Diddy needs to just go. He just needs to stay in jail for the rest of his life because this is bad. And and this karma is the MFer, ain't it? Karma is an MFer because I know conspiracy theory or whatever. How many people out there really think that Diddy did have a hand in what happened to Tupac? Hmm? Do you believe Diddy had a hand in what happened to Tupac? Do you believe the rumor is true that Diddy put a bounty out on Tupac's head? Do you believe it? Do you believe this man is capable of doing that? So I think in this moment, Diddy's karma for a whole lot of shit, not just Cassie, is coming back full on right now. And he deserves every bit of it. Okay. So let's see if we have another update from the court. Okay, and we do. Okay, so we left off with Cassie saying that Diddy was threatening to hurt her, hurt Cut Kitty, and to also release the freak off videos of her. Um, Cassie said, Cassie said, Sean kicked me in the back. I got a bruise. The lawyer said, where did you go? Cassie said, to my hotel with a burner phone. The room was torn up. Someone peed all over the floor, pooped in the toilet, and didn't flush it. It was gross. This was just before Christmas. What? Okay. Cassie then went on to say, I sent an email to my mom and Capricorn. Remember, Capricorn is another one of Diddy's assistants. I sent an email to my mom and Capricorn from my flight to Boston and Connecticut. The attorney asked, what did you write? Cassie says that Sean said he would release the tape of me on Christmas and he'd have Scott and I hurt. He said he would be out of the country by then. Okay, so if she sent that message in an email to her mom, she had to tell her mom what was going on, like far as what kind of tapes had been made. Because if she told her mom he threatened to release the tape of her, then she had to tell her mom what was going on. I'm glad they had the kind of relationship that she was able to tell her mom what was going on, because I don't know if her mother, I'm assuming her mother is still alive. If her mother is still alive, her mother could even perhaps testify to her daughter coming to her and telling her this when it was happening. So we'll see about that. Someone in the comments said the constant blackmail is crazy. At a point, I would have said, do it. I'm tired. I that is so real right there. That at a certain point, it's like, you know what? There's nothing else you can do to me. Whatever you think you're gonna do to me, God, you know what? Do it. Do it. I'm exhausted. Do it. I understand that comment fully. Someone else in the comments said Diddy was moving like the boogeyman back in the days, and to the public, we just saw him as the I'm not gonna say that word, rapper, producer who stole people's publishing. I would have never guessed he was on it like that. You think about now, I hadn't even thought about that. But when you think about Bad Boy for Life, right? Which was supposed to be what? Partying, women, all consensual though, and good music, lots of money, right? Uh, Nothing in that gave I'm going to be committed in any relationships, but nothing in that was also giving his public facade anyway was also given that I'm going to be torturing women, blowing up people's cars, and all this other stuff that he's doing. So while he's dancing around for us and hopping around in these shiny suits, and while he's up here on stage trying to be an artist instead of letting his artist be the artist, he had this going on. And what you call this? Is this a double life? Is this what you would call a double life? All right, let's see if we got another update from inside the courtroom. Okay, yes, we do. All right, so Cassie said that Sean said what she wrote to her mom and to one of Diddy's assistants is that Sean said he would release the tape of me on Christmas and he'd have Scott and herself hurt. He said he would be out of the country by then. The attorney asked, "What are these photographs?" Cassie said, "My mother took there in Connecticut of the she said my mother took them in Connecticut of the bruises on my back." All right. So even though she initially lied to her mother when her mother read some story in the news that did not have names on it about an abusive situation or about an assault, and she asked Cassie, is this story about you?" And Cassie said she told her no. Apparently, somewhere along the lines, she started telling her mama what was really going on. So now we know her mama knows about the explicit tapes. Her mama also knew about the abuse because she said her mom took a picture of the bruises on her back. Wow. Wow. So the lawyer said, "Were you entirely honest with your mother about the abuse?" Cassie said, "No. I said this was the first time." The lawyer said, "Did you tell her about the freak offs?" And she said, "No." So she must have told her mother about these tapes that were going to be released. Maybe she just told her mother it was just, of her and Sean, just them videoing themselves or whatever, but did not tell her to what extent what was on those tapes with the freak offs, which I totally get that. Who wants to tell the mother that? All right. Somebody said in the comments, look that MFR up and make sure he stays in the deepest effing hole. Why would she send Diddy's assistant Capricorn that email? That is an interesting question. Somebody else said, "How did this girl get away from this evil man?" Someone else said, "This monster should have been dead long ago." Someone else said, "Poor Cassie and her poor mom seeing that her mom knew mom intuition is real." That is so true. Mom intuition is real. Uh, okay. Let's see if we have another update from the court. Okay. So at that point, Cassie asks, "Is it possible to take a break?" And the judge said, "Yes, let's take a break." All right. So it is, what time is it on the East Coast? It is right at 3 o'clock on the East Coast. And Cassie has requested a break. So they're taking a break. Maybe the break is probably for about 10 or 15 minutes. And then I'm sure they will be back. That testimony was heavy. All of the testimony today from Cassie has been extremely heavy. But seeing how many times she attempted to like leave, how many times she just attempted to kind of go on with her life and he shut it down each and every time, it is something because she is recanting for us a lot of what she experienced, but it's not everything. Meaning there's probably so many incidents that she hasn't mentioned, because this is horrible. This is just so bad. This is so bad. I need Diddy's mama to come to the front of the room and please explain to us what happened to this person right here. Okay, when y'all were raising, or when you were raising him, what went on? Can you give us any insight to what created this monster? Did you have anything to do, perhaps? I'm just saying, perhaps. Did you have anything to do, perhaps, with creating this monster? Because make no mistake about it, he is a monster. He is a monster. He's a monster. And I think about how I felt when day one came, and I thought, okay, he's a monster to me just because of the domestic violence that we all know he's guilty of. I was a little bit on the fence about the sexual escapades, if you will, because I felt like I needed to hear more. And then when Cassie started talking, she kind of made it sound like at the top of her conversation anyway, that he asked her. He didn't say you're going to do this freak off. He asked her in the beginning, would she, and she said yes, because she said she wanted to make him happy. I compared that with many everyday regular women who get into that kind of arrangement with their partners because they also want to make them happy, and sometimes it doesn't work out. So I needed to hear more to see, okay, Cassie, it went wrong, and maybe you hate that you did these things, but were you willing? So now, as the testimony has went on, I will say that I am now finding myself more on the side of whereas I believe in the beginning, Cassie definitely was willing to participate in these freak offs. She said again she did it to make him happy. The thing that really bothered her the most in the beginning is just how frequently he wanted to have these freak offs. Not that she didn't want to do it, right? But during her testimony, you could clearly tell that did change for her. You can clearly tell also within the video when she was getting beaten at the hotel. What we didn't know from that CNN video is that in the room that we couldn't see, there was an escort in the room who was there on a pull-out bed. And she said in between sessions, she was trying to leave because she had a premiere that she didn't want to mess up. And we saw what happened when she tried to leave. So that also pushed me further into, okay, now this right here is evidence. Okay. This right here is definitely evidence of trafficking and preventing people to leave and that type of thing. You got an escort in the room. Okay. And then just more domestic violence stuff today. But yeah, it's and we're only 3 days in. We're only 3 days in of an 8-week trial. So I don't know if I don't know if when the cross, because I know the cross is going to come strong and they're going to come hard and they're going to ask some challenging questions. I know. Sitting where I am right now, day 3, hearing all this stuff from Cassie, I I I don't see how to shift back to say, okay, well, they I mean, I can't even think of what they would have to show to make me say, oh, okay, this is not what it is. I mean, it's so much. But, maybe I should hold off until we get there because, like I said, this is day 3 of an 8-week trial. But right now, I can't even imagine how Diddy could even think he's coming home. I don't even know how his children, if they're in there pulling and not just there because the family expects them to be there, but if they are truly, and I'm sure some of them are for sure, rooting for him like his mama, you up in there, I'm sure she's up in there with that bad dye job in her hair, rooting for this man to come home. And I'm like, this man did this shit. You probably have covered for this man and more situations even beyond Cassie. You probably covered for him in some ways with Kim. So he's guilty, but I'm sure you're in there still hoping that somehow your son come home. I'm sure you're hoping that. But we just gonna have to see what the universe gonna do with this one. Sometimes the right thing happens and sometimes it doesn't. All right. So let's go back and check and see if they are back from the break that Cassie asked for. Let's see. No, well, they're still not back from the break. Somebody in the comments just said, "Wow." Somebody else said, "Did she mention Scott's car having been set on fire?" Not yet. That's probably coming though, but not yet. I thought they would have went straight there, but um, that hasn't been mentioned yet. Someone else in the comments said, "Oh gosh, so pregnant and having to relive such horror. Give her all the break she needs." Agreed, because Cassie looks like she could drop that baby today. Someone else said, "I need a break," or "We need a break." Someone else said, "I heard P Diddy blew up Kid Cudi's car," and they said P Diddy, P Diddy. Lord. Someone else in the comments said, "Poor thing." Um, Someone else in the comments said, "In all this, her husband is the one feeling like SHIT no matter the love. He could be having for her. The details are gut wrenching, especially from mother of your children. Hopefully their marriage will survive." Yeah, and I'm thinking Cassie isn't saying anything. This is my thought. Of course, we don't know. But I'm thinking Cassie is probably not saying anything on this stand that he hasn't that she hasn't already told him. But maybe that's not the case. Maybe he is hearing some things for the first time. I think it is also too when the whole world knows the stuff that Cassie is saying. It's going to be interesting to see how he handles this as a man, because we would love the idea of him being supportive and standing by her through all of what's going on. But to the comment the person made here, hoping that their marriage will survive, we'll have to see how it hits him. If he feels like this is too much for him to bear, or too much a hit on his ego, or if he now feels shame in any way just because the public knows, we'll see how that works out. There are going to be other people who are going to say he's never going to leave her because of all the money that she has, even just from the settlement. He'll be there. So, there'll be a million and one takes on that, as well as everything else associated with this case. But again, someone else in the comments said, "We all need a break." So true. This is going to be another one of those evenings that after this case is over for the day, I'm gonna have to find something more lighthearted to do, because this is just, it is a lot. Someone in the comments said, "If she was my daughter, he wouldn't have to worry about being on trial because his POSAS, his POS, and they literally use the acronym POS, because his POSA $2 would be 6 feet under, because his POS would be 6 feet under." Um, Someone else said Cassie's mom took pictures showing Cassie's injuries from domestic violence. Yeah, yeah, he's done. Um, Someone else said all of this could have ended back then. Her mom must have been so shattered. Her mom knew. Mm. And someone else said, "No, she ain't going to tell her mama about the freak offs. That's the last thing you tell your mama." Amen to that. That is the last thing you tell your mama. Who's going to tell their mama about the freak offs? Someone else said her mom knew it was not the first time. Yeah, because when her mom took the pictures of the bruises on her back and Cassie told her it was the first time it ever happened, her mom didn't believe that. She couldn't possibly believe that. Um, Another person in the comments said, "All these people knew the abuse was happening and said nothing. This happens so much in our world. If you see something, say something." Mhm. Another person said, "I would like to point out that out of all the MSM media live covering this trial, only Inner City Press is releasing the names. Thank him by showing support." Yeah, Inner City Press is awesome, because we would not have any ability to do what I'm doing right now in this live without him. Someone else said, "Wait a minute, her mother took photos of her bruises from assault even if she wasn't entirely honest, my daughter would not be going back. Yeah. But at the end of the day, well, you can't kidnap a grown person. All right. If they want to go back, you cannot legally prevent them from not going back. But I feel you on the passion of it because I might end up in jail because I probably would try to kidnap mine. Okay. Someone else said, "Where is the sex tracking and racketeering?" There are many people who are asking that question still. Even some lawyers that I've heard on different shows who are pontificating about what's happening in this trial, they are also asking that question. So we'll see. Some lawyers are seeing holes in the case and have made comments like they feel like the prosecution were overzealous with the charges they brought forth, or maybe not the right charges that they could have brought forth in this case. So, yeah, so just like us lay people who are not lawyers, the lawyers also have a lot of different views and takes on what's happening right now. So let's check back in and see if they are back from the break Cassie wanted to take. Um, I know she'll be glad when she is done. Okay, it is according to Inner City Press. They came back at 3:09, and it is actually 3:13 real time. Okay, so the judge asks the lawyer for the prosecution, Miss Johnson, any estimate. And Miss Johnson said an hour more. The goal is to finish the direct and allow the start of cross examination today. The judge said, bring the witness and then the jury back in. Cassie, I don't know how Cassie's feeling about this right now, you know, but I almost wish for her that direct would end today's session and just let her come back fresh tomorrow because she's still gonna be on the stand tomorrow no matter what. Let her come back fresh tomorrow for cross because still it's a lot. It's a lot. And this woman is pregnant. Okay. Very, very, very pregnant. All right. So anyway, they are back in the courtroom. Um, and the judge has asked for the witness and the jury to be brought back into the courtroom. So let's see if we have any update. So we're waiting, and somebody posted in the comments, the plot thickens. Someone else in the comments says, seem like the prosecutors are trying to give the defense less time in the day to cross the witness. Well, I mean, it will carry over to the next day. So someone else in the comments said, cross exam is going to smoke her bad. I do believe that that is going to be their agenda. And from what I understand, they hired a woman lawyer to specifically to cross examine Cassie. So I don't even think it's going to be Garagos's daughter who's doing it. So yeah, cross is going to be a doozy. That's why I was like, could they just like end today with the direct from the prosecutor side and just pick up in the morning with the cross, because that's a lot. Okay. Someone in the comments said, you think she gonna be in tomorrow? Yeah, Cassie will definitely still be on the stand tomorrow for sure. Um Somebody posted a picture of, what's his name? Bentley, the guy who used to carry the umbrella over Diddy. They said Ish was good when he was around. I bet you it wasn't. I bet you Bentley, is that his name? Farnsworth? Fox something. But the dude who used to carry the umbrella over Diddy. I bet you anything that that man has his own stories, and he may really have some stories. Mhm. He may really have some stories. All right, so let's go back and see if we have any update now that Cassie and the jury has been brought back into the courtroom. Um, the jury is entering. Okay, so the prosecutor, the attorney for the prosecution says, did anyone come to see you in Connecticut? And remember where we left off. This is where Cassie was at her mom's house. She had the bruises on her back. Her mom took pictures of the bruises on her back. So the lawyer said, did anyone come to see you in Connecticut? Cassie said, Scott did. Scott again is Kid Cudi for a few days. She said, I broke it off with him. It was too dangerous. The defense objects. The judge overrules. Cassie says, Sean said he would hurt both of us. Well, maybe we're going to get to the part about the blowing up of the car, so we will see. Okay, so we're waiting now on the next post from what's happening on inside the courtroom. Someone said, come on, prosecution, ask the following. Do you have any examples why you thought he would hurt you? Has he ever hurt anyone else that you know of? Someone else in the comments said, Cassie, speak your truth. Someone else said, what was the objection? That's why they're here. Somebody else said that the judge is biased. Everybody always thinks the judge is biased, and sometimes they are. Someone else said, what was the objection for? So a couple of people asking what was the objection for. And yeah, so let's see if we're back with another update. Okay, we do have an update. So we left off with Cassie saying that Sean said he would hurt both of us. She's talking about herself and Kid Cudi. The lawyer asked, where did you go after Connecticut? Cassie said, I went to see Sean. He was in Arizona, his son's college. I told my mother I was going back to LA for work. The lawyer asked, did Sean talk about Scott's car? Did Sean talk about Kid Cudi's car? Cassie says Sean said he warned Kid Cudi's friends to see. Oh, no, hold on. Cassie said that Sean said he wanted Kid Cudi's friends to see Kid Cudi's car blown up. Wow. 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 We're there, y'all. We're there. So the lawyer asked, what happened next? Cassie said, we met Sean, Kid Cudi, and me. Kid Cudi said, what about my vehicle? Or what about my vehicle? And Sean said, what vehicle? And that was the end of the meeting. The lawyer put up the photo and said, what is this? Cassie said, me and Sean in Kingston, Jamaica for Sound Clash. Oh man, so we're gonna wait and see, but oh my God. When Kid Cudi, when Kid Cudi asked, what about my vehicle? And then Sean's response was, what vehicle? And I'm assuming, I don't know if this was the Kid Cudi at that point just had heard the threat Sean was making about blowing up his car, or did this conversation take place after Kid Cudi's car was actually blown up in his driveway? So I'm not sure, and I'm not sure the questioning from the prosecutor really makes that clear. So, we'll see if they get into more detail later about that. So let's see if we have another update. Not yet. Someone in the comments said Diddy is the devil. Someone else said, why are they all meeting? This is crazy. Which is true. Why is there a meeting between Cassie, Kid Cudi, and Sean? What's the point? What's the point? I would love to hear Kid Cudi talk about that. Like, so what was the point? Were you going there to do what? To claim Cassie? Were you going there to really try to get Sean to correct what he did by blowing up your car? I'm just not clear on what the meeting was for. Who requested the meeting? Did Sean request this meeting just so he could Kid Cudi in the face and let him know that he would literally do him in if he didn't back off of Cassie? Yeah. The fact that they had a meeting is different. Um so some person in the comments said what vehicle, which was Diddy's response when Kid Cudi asked them about his vehicle. They said that is crazy work. Diddy was moving like El Chapo. Someone else in the comments said that man is demonic. Hmm. That's for sure. No debate about that from me anyway. So let's see if we have another update. We still don't have another update at this point. Someone in the comments said, so indirect threat. Diddy is so calculated and smart in how he leaves no receipts evidence. Tupac, Biggie, Kim Porter. For those who don't know, Tupac was Kim Porter's love of her life and Diddy was jealous, hence he got him killed. Well, I don't know if I ever heard that part about Tupac was Kim Porter's love of her life, but if that is true, that would be add more to why Diddy may have had a hand in Tupac getting unalived. Because I do think I do think Diddy had something to do with what happened to Tupac. I believe it. So let's go back and see if we have any update from inside the court. And yes, we do. Okay, so the lawyer asked, were you bruised? Cassie said yes. The lawyer said, in and this photo, what is it? Cassie said, me in Sean's bathroom, September 18th, 2015. So 10 years ago. 10 years ago. So the lawyer asked, what were you doing there? Cassie said, recuperating from being beaten up by Sean in Las Vegas. Wow. Wow. You have to wonder what in the world are his kids thinking when they're hearing all of this. Cassie went on to say, we were having an after party in our suite. I talked to a producer and Sean tapped me on the shoulder, called me into our room and beat me, kicked me as I tried to hide behind the toilet. What stopped it? Cassie said D-Rock and James Cruz came in. So again, D-Rock, head of security for Diddy, and James Cruz, Cassie's manager. So this is so effed up. I'm gonna tell you, I have a daughter. Um and I'm so glad that my daughter is not interested in anything in the entertainment industry. You know, God willing, if she was, it wouldn't be anything like what we're reading here. Okay. But just that industry as a whole. Because all of these people who saw Cassie get beat up, who saw her trying to hide behind a toilet to avoid getting beaten up by Diddy, they knew about it. They helped cover it up. They helped they were a part of nothing to see here. Because at the end of the day, that nothing to see here came with Diddy is the man. Okay. And we can't do anything, no matter how effed up these things are that he might be doing. We can't do anything to cause any kind of situation where he might cut us off. So therefore, we will do his bidding. We will cover up. We will act like we didn't see what we just saw. We'll help you. You can stay in this hotel until your wounds are cleared up, and we'll bring you some ice cream while you're over there trying to heal. Okay. But we're not going to abandon Diddy because our livelihoods, our maybe hopes for grandeur and all of that is connected to Diddy, and he is the man. So these people overlooked so much. These people overlooked so much. They overlooked this girl getting beat down to the ground. They overlooked it. So you know what? I don't really want to hear from I'm not even going for me personally. I'm not entertaining any of these people, especially these bodyguards who tend to be on all of the YouTube channels talking about what they saw. If you didn't do anything then, and I hadn't heard anything from Cassie yet about anybody doing anything really on that end to really try to help her, even if she denied the help. Okay, even if she denied the help, because at this point, from her testimony, I think the only person who could claim that is one of her girlfriends who got her to call the police, but then Cassie wouldn't tell the police the truth about what happened. So any of these other folks who are on podcasts and showing up on different platforms on social media talking about what they knew and trying to make money off it, clicks and views, or writing books, or maybe they're getting paid for certain interviews. Me personally, I won't be entertaining any of that. I won't be watching it. I don't want to hear nothing about it because in the moment, in real time, when this girl was trying to hide behind a toilet so Diddy would stop beating her, y'all might have stopped him at that moment, like, yo, man, hold up. We got a party going on. You got people out here at the after party. Hold up, man. That's all y'all did. That's all y'all did. Because again, y'all were not going to flip on the man who y'all were depending upon for your money, your access, your proximity to fame. Yeah. Miss me with being on podcasts now. We're talking about what happened and what you saw and blah. Shut up. Just shut up. All right. Let's see if we have another update. Okay. So Kat, when the lawyer asked what stopped it when Diddy kicked her, and she said she tried to hide behind the toilet. Cassie said D Rock and James Cruz came in. Cassie said it made D Rock sad. Ooh. The attorney said, "What are these communications?" Cassie said, "From D Rock to me." He says, "Where you at? It's time to ice your face." So he was sad, right? He was sad about what happened to her. And so at some point in time, he sent her a communication where he asked where she was because it was time to ice her face. The lawyer asked, "Well, why was it time to ice your face?" And she said, "I had just been beaten up by Sean." So you're sad for her, and you're not saying to her, "Look, I'm going to help you with a plan to get out of here. Okay? This is what you can do. Hey, I'm going to leave this number. Call these people so you can get out of here." Okay? If he had gone to the police, I don't know based on what year this was, um, would it have meant anything if Cassie would have done what she ultimately did when her friend got her to call the police and she said no, nothing happened, or she wasn't named the person who did it. But in his sadness, in the security guard's sadness for what happened to Cassie, his communication to her was, "Where are you? Because it's time to ice your face." Because Sean had beaten her up. So, you got to get that swelling down. Ooh wee. I tell you, I tell you. And someone in the comments has posted a picture of James Cruz in a suit looking so professional. Hmm. Okay, let's see if we have another update from inside the court. Okay, we do have another update, and they said, he was looking for it was time for her to ice her face because Sean had just beaten her up, and then the lawyer said, or the lawyer asked, "Were these all the times he beat you?" Cassie said, "No, there were more." The attorney asked, "With who else did you see Sean be violent?" Cassie said, "I saw him drag an assistant out of bed. I saw him punch Eli in his head. One time in Turks and Caicos, he dragged a person." So this is not only beating up Cassie and blowing up cars and all this, he's putting his hands on his assistants, the employees now. He drug an assistant out of bed. He punched Eli in his head. And none of these people came forward. None of these people came forward. And well, let me not say that, because I think I read somewhere that there were many other settlements that we don't know about. So maybe that's how some of this got resolved, especially from the employee side. Someone in the comments said, "Tell it, sis," referring to Cassie. Someone else said, "Diddy is going to jail for a very long time. The testimony from Cassie today is going to give the jury every reason to put him away for as long as they possibly can." I believe that. I believe if the prosecution even stayed, I don't think they're going to do this over 8 weeks, but let's stay with me here for a second. If the prosecution even stayed on this path of showing domestic violence, and to the extent that it was taking place with him and Cassie, if they didn't do anything else, again, like I've said multiple times, there is no charge on Diddy right now for domestic violence. It's sex trafficking, and racketeering. With what has been shared with this jury, the jury's going to say guilty. Guilty. All this you're doing, guilty. You're going to jail. Okay? We don't care if it's not clean and pretty with a bone and saying that. But it's not, is it connecting though to racketeering? And is it connecting though to sex trafficking? Because that's what you're here to find him guilty or not guilty of. I think anybody sitting there, this is how a lot of us, I'm feeling, people in the comments feeling, and we're just getting posts that journalist is posting to X who's inside the courtroom. We're not even literally in the courtroom where we can see the body language, see the crying, see the whatever. We're not even in there for that. See how he's looking when all of this is happening. Diddy's going to jail. Okay? Diddy is going to jail. Okay? This person went on to say, and maybe I should have read this first, and I maybe could have skipped a lot of what I just said. He said, "I love to argue technicalities, but the jury will not care. They will want him put away for as long as possible. Good luck to his defense team. They will need it." Again, this guy said, "I love to argue technicalities, but the jury will not care. They will want him put away for as long as possible and will look for any reason to do it." I agree. He ain't coming back from this. He's not. He's done too much. So let's go back and see if we have an update from the courtroom. And yes, we do. Okay. So where we left off, Cassie was she was sharing with us other incidents where she saw Sean be violent with other people. And she said she saw him drag an assistant out of bed. She saw him punch Eli, whoever that is, in his head. One time in Turks and Caicos, he dragged a person. So Cassie went on to say, "I believe we had a freak off in Turks and Caicos." And the attorney said, "What floor did you live on in 875 Comstock?" Cassie said the 17th floor. The lawyer asked, "Did a friend stay with you?" And Cassie said, "Yes. Sean came and held her." What? Hold on. Okay, let me keep reading. She said, "Yes. Sean came and held her and threw her on the patio furniture out on the balcony." I don't believe this man ain't never put his hands on his children. I don't believe this man has never put his hands on his children. I don't believe it. This level of violence, and violence what he's giving is like anybody can get it. Yeah. Okay, so we're waiting for the next update to come in from the courtroom. Someone in the comments said he threw the friend on the patio furniture that was on the balcony. Someone else in the comments said he held the girl over the balcony from the 17th floor. She has a lawsuit also. Uh, I don't know why somebody put this Britney Spears meme in here. No, we're not doing that today. Um, Someone else said, any guesses on who was the friend? I think she said. Someone else said, WTF, and no one was snap on this man is crazy. I am telling you the amount of crap that this man has done. And not only the Cassie, he's putting his hands on assistants, he's putting his hands on your friends. You know, they claim this is allegedly. They claim that he even one time either slapped his mama or threatened to slap his mama. So this is like a wild dog we dealing with right here. Okay, blowing up people cars and all of this. This is a wild dog we dealing with right here. Okay. Let's see. So now he's beating up 3 of her friends too. Another person said, that's in the comments. Another person said, J Lo is as bad as he is. She hasn't said ish. Shame on her. Well, J Lo has been quiet. I don't know if she's like, I don't have nothing to do with it. My time with him was years ago. Don't pull me into this mess. But she has been quiet. And you know, as much as she's trying to rejuvenate her music career, which she should just let that go. But as much as she's trying to rejuvenate that music career, this might be an opportunity for her to get a little shine if she would come forth and say some things, you know. But I don't think J Lo's gonna do that at all. As far as we know, J Lo may not want certain things to come up either because we don't know what she's done or what she's been a part of. So she might be trying to stay as far away from that as possible. So let's see if we have an update from the court yet. Okay, not yet. Not yet. Someone in the comments said this whole situation is insane. I grew up listening to Diddy and loving his music. It's honestly just sad. Now, you know, I hadn't even thought about that going over this today. What now do we do with his music? What do we not his artist music, okay? But his music. What do we do with that? And then when you think about it, there's so many songs that even if it was a song belonging to his artist, he has himself in the background somewhere ad libbing or doing something, trying to be a rapper because he was never that. I do believe he was jealous of Biggie from an artist perspective. But yeah, what do we do? I guess this will be another one of those situations where some camps will never listen to R. Kelly again, and there are other camps that like I'm still gonna play my R. Kelly. So yeah, yeah. What do we do with his music now? And maybe some folks even feel it's too early to ask that question. They want to get to the end of this trial. Someone in the comments said, I know she saw him beat Kim Porter. If that is true, in addition to the fact that she got with him while he was still with Kim Porter, so I'm not gonna let her play innocent on that one, okay? Again, having done that does not say, oh, because you did that, it's okay that he's doing this. No, that's not okay. But somebody, like I said, put in the comments, I know she saw him beat Kim Porter. That's curious. Okay, so let's see if we have any update from inside the court. It can't be another break. Okay, we do have an update from the court. Okay, so we left off with Cassie talking about him throwing her friend on the patio furniture out on the balcony. So Cassie said, I saw Sean bring her back in from over the balcony, then throw her on the patio furniture. And the attorney asked, and Carrie Morgan, he said, I saw Sean hit her in the head. The attorney asked, did you get drugs on your own? Cassie said occasional drug dealers, opiates, Xanax and Valium. Wow, he's done. And on the civil side, oh, he's done. He's done. He's done. We're waiting on the comments to be updated from inside the court. Someone in the comments said, "This is insane. I feel like this is a movie." Someone said, "Back to the drugs. Why?" I guess they're questioning the direction of the questioning from the prosecutor. Someone in the comments says, "Cassie is spilling all the tea. Get it, girl." Someone else says, "So she was over the balcony." Another person said, "I'm so upset for her." And of course, we still have the same person in the comments saying that she's lying. That's wild to me to even say that she's lying. I mean, even if you don't want to believe her on everything, to just say flat out she's lying about everything, that's wild to me. Someone else in the comments says, why aren't these people here, or are they? I want to see if they can corroborate this story. That being, Diddy is not being charged with assault or abuse. And so that's coming up again. So people, there are still people who saying, okay. There's a lot of time we're spending on assault and abuse, but he's not being charged with that. So we're gonna see on cross what Diddy's attorney does with that, because that has been the angle of the prosecution. They have been all in on the violence and the abuse. So yeah, it is going to be interesting to see on cross what does what does Diddy's attorneys do with the angle that the prosecution has taken. Let's see if we have another update. Do we? Yeah, we do have an update. Cassie said Sean would put the pills and a vitamin C bottle on the sink in the New York apartment. He said you can take them. He had doctors who would write the scripts in the name of an assistant or in my name. Whoa. Oh, boy. People are about to go down with this thing. You hear me? So he had doctors who would write prescriptions in the name of an assistant or her name. Wow. Doctors, you those fat checks Diddy was writing y'all, it better have been worth it. You're going to get your license yanked out because of this. Someone in the comments just said some doctor will get their license yanked after the day. Well, it may not be that quick, but you're definitely at risk of getting your license taken if you get connected to what Cassie just said. For sure. I don't know if you all can hear the rain in my background, but it is storming pretty heavily right now. So hopefully I'll keep my connection. So let's check and see what else is coming on. So no, we're still waiting on an update. Someone in the comments said this really is a freako instead of freako case. I wonder if any other bisexual revelations will come out, or would that be considered outing him? I don't even know what to make of that question. Let's go back and see if we have an update from inside the court. Okay, yes, we do. So the attorney said, asked Cassie, your brother's birthday party in Connecticut in 2013, what happened? Cassie said, my mother told me someone was taking pictures of me. I went and punched her in the head. What? What? The the lawyer asked Cassie, your brother's birthday party in Connecticut in 2013. What happened? Cassie said, my mother told me someone was taking pictures of me. I went and punched her in the head. I, okay. The lawyer said, you testified your relationship with Sean ended in 2018. How was your health? Did Cassie punch her mama in the head? Now, did Cassie punch her mama in the head, or did the reporter in the courtroom get something out of order? I don't know. I'm just reading what was written here, and that's what's written here. So again, the lawyer is asking Cassie what was the state of her health when her relationship ended with Sean in 2018. So we're waiting for her to respond to that. Someone in the comments said not well. Um, and someone else in the comments said, well, that is a big jump from 2013 to 2018. And someone else said, girl, please, you left because he said he loves Kim more. Somebody said that, I think it might have even been the defense in their opening statements, that said that the reason why Cassie finally broke it off with Diddy, or finally left him, was because Diddy had said that Kim was his soulmate when she passed away. And that supposedly was the final straw where I guess Cassie had some revelation that, after all I've been through, after all I've been subjected to, all the things we've done together, at the end of the day, you still put her before me. I'm out. Deuces. That is how the defense tried to set that up in the opening comments. I don't know if that is going to fly at all either. I mean, I don't know what merit that has at this point. Okay. So let's go. We do have another update from inside the court. Again, the attorney said you testified your relationship with Sean ended in 2018. How was your health? Cassie said, I was sleepwalking. I had PTSD. The defense said objection. The judge overruled. The attorney said, what's this? Cassie said, a photo of my front door in 2018. The attorney said, publish it to the jury. Why is there a knife there? Cassie said, Sean was coming around a lot, so I had it. I guess the homegirl was ready to fight back at that point. So so she said she was sleepwalking and she had PTSD, and the defense objected. The judge overruled. They said, what's this? I guess in a photo. And she said it was a photo of her front door in 2018. The attorney asked for the photo to be published so that the jury could see it. And the attorney asked, why is there a knife there? And Cassie said, Sean was coming around a lot, so I had it. Somebody in the comments said, that's why Brittany has her knives and showing them to scare Diddy away. Going to that video when Brittany was clearly having an episode and was dancing around with knives. Someone else in the comments said, would you have blamed her if she armed up? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Somebody doesn't like the fact that the judge overruled again. A lot of OMGs in the comments after that. So let's go back and see what update we might have at this point. Yes, we have an update. Wait a minute. Nope, we don't have an update yet. Oh boy, I tell you what, it is on the East Coast, 3:50 p.m. And I'm tired. I've been on this thing live streaming since the trial started this morning. And I took a break when the jury took a break to go and get myself some lunch. And then I'm back here with y'all. And I am exhausted. So I cannot even imagine how Cassie is feeling right now, just from the drama of it all, how pregnant she is. And she's been on stand all day. She's definitely going to be on stand tomorrow. They said that they were hoping to come back or hoping to start the cross examination this afternoon. We'll see if that happens. I got a feeling though that that might not start until tomorrow um, morning. But that the cross examination, I know it's gonna be brutal. You got steel over there. It's gonna be yeah, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. Once they get to the cross examination part. So let's see if we have an update yet from inside the court. Okay, yes, we do. All right. So again, Cassie was responding to the attorney and letting the jury know that she had a knife in the picture because Sean was coming around a lot. So she had it for her protection. The lawyer said, August 2018, what happened? Cassie said, we were having a closure conversation at a restaurant in Malibu. He was trying to convince me to go to Burning Man. The lawyer said, were you seeing anymore? He must have meant, were you seeing anymore? Okay. The lawyer must have said, were you seeing anyone? And Cassie said, my now husband. Mm. The lawyer then asked, what happened next? She said, Sean came to my house and raped me on my living room floor. His eyes were black. It was like taking something from you. The attorney said, you cried? What did Sean do? Cassie said, he continued and finished inside of me. Then he got up and left. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, so I'm gonna reread this, okay? So the lawyer asked in August 2018 what happened. Cassie said we were having a closure conversation at a restaurant in Malibu. He was trying to convince me to go to Burning Man. The lawyer asked, were you seeing anyone? And Cassie said, my now husband. The lawyer said, what happened next? She said that Sean came to her house and raped her on the living room floor. His eyes were black. It was like taking something from you. The attorney said, you cried. What did Sean do? She said, he continued and finished inside of me. Then he got up and left. Mm. The attorney asked, did you ever have sex with him again? Cassie said, yes, voluntarily. We had a good night. I went back to his house. The attorney asked, can you explain why you did that after he raped you? Cassie said, we had been together 10 years. Now, see, this is going to be the type of thing that the defense is going to have to try to leverage to get some wins for Diddy because he's so up against the wall at this point. But this is one of those things. This is one of those things. It's they're gonna probably try to lean in a bit here and say, so you're saying this man who had beaten you, abused you, beaten your friends, kicked you in the face, did all of these things to you. You're saying that this man on one night in 2018 assaulted you, sexually assaulted you, okay? And after that, you voluntarily had sex with him again. Now, the reality is that can happen. Whether any person think it makes sense, whether any person thinks it's logical, whether or not we can understand it. Maybe it could be like we would never, but it could happen. But I'm telling you, this will be one of those things, or one of these moments that Diddy's attorneys will use this to give Diddy a win here to say, who would do this? If it's as horrible, if you said this man raped you, who would then voluntarily go and have sex with their rapist, even if they had been together for 10 years? And I'm sure on redirect, the prosecutors will probably speak to her trauma and so on if they don't have an expert to kind of speak to it. Um, so I think at this point, her husband is going to be asked to leave, but I'm not sure the jury knows it's her husband, because he was. I think the agreement was that he couldn't be in the courtroom once they got to this situation in 2018, and I think supposedly because he may be called as a witness. I guess for maybe events that happened after. I don't know, but I know it is around this time he is supposed to be exiting the courtroom. So let's see if we have another update. Mm, we don't have an update yet after what Cassie just said about her voluntarily having sex with Diddy after he allegedly raped her. And I'm saying grape on purpose because this is YouTube. Okay. Um, Somebody in the comments said the defense will have a field day with her tomorrow. I think they're going to try it. Someone else says, so she's cheating on her now husband. Someone else said, oh no. Someone else said, yeah, that wasn't no closure conversation. They were trying to get back together, but most likely going over what would change. Alex would have got left if Diddy took her back for real this time. Someone else said her poor husband too. Not only does he have to listen to what happened to his wife, but he also has to be reminded that she was still sleeping, with Diddy while being with him. Um, Someone else said he practically raped her all those years anyhow. He used her as a sex slave and punching bag, from what I can tell. So a lot of comments around what Cassie just said. Someone else in the comments said, now Cassie, some of the jury aren't going to like this. Someone else said why, with a bunch of whys. Someone else said it's called emotional dependence. I'm sorry, emotional codependency. Someone else said, as crazy as it sounds from an abusive household, as a child, I've seen this. Um, so someone else said, wait, so she cheated on her now husband with Diddy after he raped her? And several question marks. So there's a lot of feelings about Cassie saying Diddy raped her in 2018, and then afterwards she voluntarily had sex with him again. And she said the reason why is because they had been together for 10 years. So there's a strong reaction to that in the comments. So the lawyer asked Cassie, we got another update from inside the courtroom. The lawyer asked Cassie, why did you stay in touch with Diddy? She said, no, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. The lawyer asked, who did you stay in touch with? And Cassie said, most people, though I pulled away. The lawyer asked, what did you message Sean about after that? Cassie said, just checking in. The lawyer asked, what did he send you? Cassie said that he had iPads full of images, get him his money. What? So he's now trying to blackmail Cassie, and what money? Did she take some money from him, or what is he talking about here? But anyway, she said she would reach out to him to just check in after they were no longer allegedly together. And that he sent her a message saying that he had iPads full of images, get him his money. Okay. Somebody posted a meme of a little kid on the ground kicking and screaming, saying, "I don't wanna." Somebody else said, "Ooh, here comes the racketeering." Somebody else said, "What money?" Like I said, "What money? What money are we talking about?" Um, Someone else said, again, a lot of people saying, "What money? What money? What money?" And then somebody said, "And there's the racketeering charge." Someone else said, "Her husband is way more stronger than me." Someone else in the comments said, "He's a monster." Um, Still, a couple of more people doubling down on them, feeling as if she is lying. Like I said, I've seen in the comments throughout the day comments from one guy who I thought was a troll because that's his only comment throughout the day, that she's lying. But I've now seen a couple of other people join in and say she's lying. But I will say, from at least what's on this thread, that is definitely the minority response. The overwhelming amount of comments, so a few may scrutinize what she's saying, but the overwhelming majority of the comments are very supportive of Cassie. Um, but like I said earlier, everybody has their supporters, including Diddy. He has his supporters. So we don't have another update yet, but someone in the comments said, "And defense will say he extorted him." Oh, and defense will say she extorted him and then filed a lawsuit and got $30 million. Someone else questioned extorting her, his money. What money? Get him his money. Somebody else said, "Wait, what? Get him his money? What?" Sounds like a scene out of Casino where the wife's pimp had her bringing him back money from the casino owner, but this don't make sense because Diddy is the billionaire. What money would Alex have? What money? So a lot of people are kind of stuck on when she said, Diddy said, "Get him his money." They are really trying to figure out, what money are we talking about? What money? Um, so let's see if we have. Okay, so we do have an update. The attorney said, "Money back for what?" Cassie said, "For having paid my now husband to be my trainer." The attorney said, "What did you write back?" Cassie said, "Do you want me to tell the truth? It's much deeper than iPads. There was abuse more than freak offs." Hmm. And Cassie said, "Do you want me to tell the truth?" Now, I don't know if she's reading. Is this what she wrote? Or is this her response to the attorney? Because the attorney said he wanted the money back that he gave her to pay for the trainer, who's now her husband. And the attorney asked, "What did you write back?" And Cassie said, "Do you want me to tell the truth? It's much deeper than iPads. There was abuse more than freak offs." Wow. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna, I can just imagine how this is gonna shake out on social media with that last part Cassie said about after the grape she voluntarily had sex with him. Some people are gonna really, 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 really lean into that. So now people are like, "Oh, that money." I don't know if that's racketeering. I don't think that's racketeering. People thought when she mentioned money that we were finally going to get to something connected to the racketeering charges, but I don't think that's it. Okay, so let's see if we have any more. Okay, so yes, we do have an update from inside the court. Again, Cassie said that she wrote back, "Do you want me to tell the truth? Is much deeper than iPads. There was abuse more than freak offs." So then Cassie said, "There was a time I couldn't take the pain, tried to walk out in traffic. My husband wouldn't let me. I had trauma therapy." The lawyer then asked, "Did you write?" Cassie said, "A book with chapters. My mom helped." The lawyer asked, "What did you want? What did you want with the book?" Cassie said that Sean read it. Okay, so she was writing a book where she says that her primary purpose of the book is that she wanted Sean to read it. Now, I don't know why she would have wanted Sean to read it, because if she thought if Diddy read her book that somehow he was gonna, you know, come to some kind of realization of how poorly he had treated her, or that he was going to be sorry, or that he was going to change. I don't think any of that would have happened with that book. If anything, depending on how much he might have still wanted her, he might have, he might have played the part of crying and begging and all of that just to get her back, and then the freak offs will start back up again. Um, but yeah, so it's interesting that she was writing a book that the outcome of it is that she just wanted him to read it. That sounds like maybe she isn't in that place now, but if that's the way she felt back then, that sounded like she was still in desperate need of therapy. Okay. Um, so the attorney then asked, "What pain did Shine put you through?" And Cassie said, shame. To carry the things that were shameful for him. I took on a lot of responsibility for that I never should have. He brought the concept to me when I was 22. It was expected of me. I felt terrible. Um, so she said, what the lawyer said, what pain did Sean put you through? And she said, shame. To carry the things that were shameful for him. I took on a lot of responsibility for that. I never should have. And I can appreciate her even just acknowledging, because again, I can't forget the word she used yesterday about her agreeing to the first freak off because she wanted to make him happy, and that she really had an issue with the frequency of the freak offs. And I can totally respect what I'm interpreting here is that, um, and maybe I'm interpreting too much into it, but I kind of feel in this statement that she is at least aware that she made some decisions that if she could go back in time and do it differently, she would do it. She would never agree to the freak offs at all if that was something she wasn't into, right? So yeah. But anyway, she said, I took on a lot of responsibility for that I never should have. He brought the concept to me when I was 22. It was expected of me. I felt terrible. All right. And someone in the comments said that's awful to live out your 20s this way, but meeting a powerful man isn't as cute as what it may seem. Facts. Somebody said, may he know nothing but shame and horror for the rest of his days. Amen, is what somebody wrote. Somebody said, you were groomed by a monster, Cassie. You didn't stand a chance. Someone else said, this is sad. Someone else said, that was a $30 million book. Mm. Someone else said, this is sad. And someone else said, I don't understand what she's saying here. Some people are still saying that she's lying. So let's see if we have another update from the court at this moment. Yes, we do. She said, the lawyer asked, how did you get chapters to Sean? Okay, so she was able to get chapters to Sean from her book. Cassie said, through my attorney, and I reached out to KK, that's Sean's assistant. I asked her if he read it. She said it was not taken seriously. The lawyer then asked, how much did you ask for the book? Cassie said 30 million. The lawyer said, did you sue? Cassie said November 2023. Okay. Okay. So she wanted him to read the book, but she also wanted him to pay. I ain't really got no beef with that. I know some people will. Okay. It's because at first when she said she just wanted him to read it, I was like, girl, this man reading this book about what he did to you and how you felt is not going to be no revelation, not going to change him at all. But now we get to the crux of the matter is that she wrote this book, sent chapters of it to him through her attorney because she was trying to get paid the $30 million so that she wouldn't, go forward with the book. So when when Diddy's assistant told her that he didn't take it, it wasn't taken seriously. I wonder if that's when Cassie decided to push the red button and to file the paperwork. I wonder if that's when she said, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. And again, if that mofo could relive some of the decisions he made, if he could relive the decisions he made, I'm not going to give him if he could not be involved in these freak offs and do all this stuff. And if he was a better person, because I don't think he's interested in that. So I'm simply saying if he could have revisited how he handled the book that came his way, oh, I think he would have. Because if he had handled that differently, we probably wouldn't be here today. That tape that somehow magically got released before the feds really got involved probably would have never magically have gotten released, right? So, yeah, he damn sure would do things differently if he could at this point just because of the consequences. So, she wrote the book or sent chapters to him, wanted him to read it. She wanted $30 million for the book. Um, Diddy's assistant told her that Diddy didn't take that book seriously. And Cassie pushed the red button, honey. And here we are today. Here we are today. Okay. So the lawyer asks, what happened with the lawsuit? Cassie said it's settled for $20 million in 24 hours. So now we know. Cassie was all reported in the press that the settlement was for $30 million, but the settlement was $20 million as she's staying here. Still a lot of money, honey. Still a lot of money. So she said it settled for $20 million in 24 hours. And we all remember that because when that court filing hit the press, it was all over the news. And it was all over the news that people like Diddy really care about. It wasn't just on, the shade room or something else, it was on places like CNN, MSNBC. It was even on CNBC, Fox News. It was on the major network news, NBC, ABC, CBS. So yeah, he shut that down in 24 hours, or so he thought, and paid $20 million. But it wasn't over. It was nowhere near over. Okay, so the attorney said, why are you testifying in this trial? Now, this is a question that a lot of people have had. And a lot of people really have a problem with her showing up because they're like, he paid you. A lot of people were saying $30 million. We now know it's $20 million, but he paid you for this to go away. Why are you still strolling in here in court to testify against Diddy? A lot of people have been asking that. And so now the lawyer for the prosecution is also asking so Cassie can respond to those questions. Why are you testifying in this trial? You got $20 million. Why are you testifying? Cassie says, I can't carry this anymore. What's wrong is wrong. I tried people like they were disposable, escorts, anybody. The attorney said, how many freak offs did you have with Sean? Cassie said, impossible to know, hundreds. The lawyer said, after you broke up with Sean, did you ever do a freak off? Cassie says, no. The lawyer for the prosecution says, no further questions. Woo! Okay, so let's see. Real time on my side, it is 4:15. 4:15. So I don't know if they're actually gonna start with the cross examination by Diddy's lawyers, or if they are going to wait until tomorrow morning. Okay. But that was a boy. This is really starting to feel like a movie for real. Okay. Um, let's see what happens. Let's see if the judge Oh, okay. So the attorney asked for the prosecutor asked for a sidebar before cross, and the judge said yes. So we'll see what come out of that. Maybe cross is actually about to start, and not wait until tomorrow morning to start. But yeah, that was quite an ending with Cassie's direct testimony with the prosecutors. And again, how they wrapped it up by talking about the book that she had written. She had sent chapters of the book to Sean for him to read. The price that she had put on that book, what did she ask for? She asked for $30 million to not publish the book. Um, and when she reached out to Diddy's assistant, KK, her nickname KK, to ask her if Diddy had read it, KK told her that Diddy didn't take that book seriously. Cassie then pushed the red button. That's not in this. That's not in the post anywhere from the persons inside the courtroom. These are my words. Cassie then pushed the red button. Okay. And she filed the paperwork for the lawsuit. Within 24 hours, Diddy settled with her. He did not pay her $30 million. He paid her $20 million. And so the lawyer asked her, then why are you testifying in this trial? Again, like I said, a question many folks are asking. Why are you testifying when this man paid you $20 million to go away? And Cassie said, I can't carry this anymore. What's wrong is wrong. And I think the reporter didn't put all the words in here because she said, I tried people like they were. But I think the reporter meant to say she's tired of people being treated like they were disposable escorts, anybody. So, and with that, the attorney then asked her, how many freak offs did you have with Sean? She said it's impossible to know. Hundreds. And I believe it was hundreds because in that testimony earlier today, y'all, it was so, I mean, from her talking about her UTIs, her talking about sores in her mouth, her talking about the antibacterial medicine not even working anymore. Yeah. So it's a lot. So she said it was impossible to know how many freak off sessions they had. She said it was hundreds. And the attorney said, after you broke up with Sean, did you ever do a freak off? And she said no. And with that, the prosecution said no further questions. I'm sure there will be questions on redirect after she is cross-examined by Diddy's lawyers. So there's a sidebar that was requested by the prosecutors and before the cross was to start. So that is where we ended. Somebody in the comments said, great, about to get dirty, I'm sure. Somebody else said the defense will not be nice after this part. And they're talking about the part where Cassie said in 2018, she said in 2018, she and Diddy went out to dinner somewhere in Malibu. It was supposed to be a closure dinner or whatever. She said he came to her house afterwards, and she said that he graped her on the living room floor. And then she was asked, did she ever voluntarily have sex with him after that? And she said yes. And when the lawyer asked her, why did she voluntarily have sex with him after he graped her? She said, well, we had been together for 10 years. So, yeah, the defense is going to try to make something out of that for sure. Somebody else said in the comments, here's my opinion. Honestly, this was not good. The jury missed out on so much. How do you know that, lady? How do you know what the jury missed out on? But anyway, this person in their comment says, dang, all of this was horrific, but only a civil case, aka why her lawsuit. I am not happy with this. If this is how the trial will continue, then I don't know. Well, some folks are saying that. Some folks are saying as offended as a lot of us might be from what we heard, as bad as many of us might feel when we hear about what Cassie has gone through, with Diddy, that is for those of us who believe what she's saying. There are people who are saying, but this still isn't sex trafficking and racketeering, and that is what he's being charged with. So there is still a good bit of people who really think that is one of the primary ways that Diddy might end up walking from this thing. Who knows what a jury will do? I just can't imagine Diddy walking away from this, but we'll see. Somebody in the comments said the defense is about to play dirty. Um, and then somebody said right now we wait for the cross examination from the defense team. So let's check back in and see, are they any closer to starting? Um Oh, thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. This is what I wanted to happen. Okay, so the sidebar, okay, they had the sidebar, and then the judge said, why don't we put off the cross until tomorrow? The attorney for the prosecutors said, we'd like to start. Oh, the attorney for the prosecutor said, we'd like to start now to be sure to finish. Um, and the judge said, Miss Estavo, I guess asking her, this is Combs' attorney. She said she will be finished by the end of the week. Judge said, so no cross today. Um, then the judge said, we'll just make up the time in other ways, get the jury. That's wild. So the prosecutor was like, nah, we could keep going, but the defense attorney was okay for waiting for cross. And that obviously is what the judge wanted because that's what she suggested. So the attorney excused the witness. And that is the end of what went on in court today, at least with the jury present. I'm going to hang around a few minutes more just to see if anything comes up with the jury being out of the room, because I don't think they ever fix whatever was wrong in the courtroom where they were trying to put those screens up so that the gallery would not be able to see certain videos because they were going to play certain videos. So I don't know. I mean, I know they were able to show certain things for the jury. So maybe all of that has been worked out. There were a lot of concerns raised about this lady named Mia who's supposed to testify, who, from how her lawyer talks, sounds like she's just a basket case. And somebody said she had to be subpoenaed to testify because she did not want to testify. This is me. I believe this is Diddy's chef, who has been subpoenaed to testify due to things she saw and also things she experienced. So cross examination with Diddy's attorneys starts tomorrow. And it is going to be a doozy. It's going to be a doozy because there was so much in today's testimony. So the primary job that the defense attorneys will have tomorrow is that for the past 2 days with Cassie's testimony, we have gotten a picture of a monster, a straight up monster that correlates very well with what a lot of people saw on that videotape in the hotel. So this may not be a hard sell to the jurors that, yeah, he is the monster that Cassie described in all of these incidents over the past 2 days, because does not it align with what y'all saw in the video? So the defense's primary job, I feel, tomorrow is going to be to try to start picking that apart. They're going to probably bring in other information we haven't seen, text messages and so on, to show that this was not a one-sided situation. So we'll wait till tomorrow to see what that looks like and what that yields. I am just so grateful that the judge said, let's wait and start cross tomorrow. And I don't know why the prosecutors were tripping, talking about, let's start right now so we can make sure we in on time. Well, you got somewhere to be? You got somewhere to go? No, this is a long day. You got a woman on the trial who looked like she could have a baby right now. You don't want to just, no, I'm so glad the judge said we're going to start in the morning with cross. Okay, so let me just check right now and see. if there's anything here that's happening that might be worth talking about. Because the jury has just been dismissed. They were brought back in and told that they can go home. They were advised not to read anything about this case. Have a great evening. All rise. The jury exits. Then the judge has questions for Miss Comey, who's a lawyer on the prosecutor side. She said, here's what the defense sent us about Rule 412. Okay, I'm not going to even get into all of that minutia. I have been on this live stream for 6 hours and 30 minutes. That's a long time. That's a long time. So I'm going to tap out on this and try to find something a little less traumatizing, because I'll be back on here tomorrow morning to go down this journey with Diddy's attorneys on the cross-examination. And like I said, it is going to be a doozy. I just know it. So thank you to everyone who came through, who stopped in during this stream today. I really appreciate it. If you don't mind, if you could please just give this stream a thumbs up. Drop a comment about how you're feeling about this case, especially after day 3 and all the things you've heard. Are you still feeling the same way you felt before the case started? Has anything changed with how you're thinking about the case since we now have Cassie's testimony underway and testimony from a couple of other people before her? So please feel free to drop a comment. I would love that because I want to engage with y'all. And if you're not a subscriber, please consider subscribing. I appreciate it. I have a goal I'm trying to reach. But I'll be back tomorrow morning. I may be back later on something else, totally different, more than likely, not related to this case. But yeah, thank y'all. And until the next time, bye.